Chapter 376, First Friend. Something's off, Jake said mentally to his Oracle AI with a frown. Everything is wrong, she stated calmly. The ether around us, can you feel it? Of course. Jake paused abruptly and closed his eyes. After a while he reopened them, and with a puzzled face he honestly admitted the truth. I can't. I do perceive a small amount of ether, but it is insignificant, unreasonably small compared to the ether density of this world. But instead, Jake briefly closed his eyes again and concentrated on his feelings. I feel a different kind of energy. Although it's just an impression, the air feels thick and viscous, like a fluid. Exactly, Jake exclaimed excitedly, touching on what was bothering him. Having identified the problem, he examined his body status minutely and soon discovered that his body possessed a new centimeter-long organ that looked more or less like an unopened muscle. The organ was located between his eyes, just behind the glabella. Jake also discovered a new circulatory system in addition to the blood and lymphatic system passing through this organ and running throughout the rest of the body. This organ allowed him to perceive, absorb, and control this fluid to a certain extent. But at that very moment, this organ seemed very sluggish and useless. The fluid seeped into this sensory organ at a trickle, and then stagnated a few centimeters of it like the blood in an artery with a stopped heart. For the moment, Jake didn't know what he could do with this energy or how it affected him, but he was relieved to discover that it didn't affect the functioning of his ether core. The ether core indiscriminately sucked in ether and fluid, compressing both entities to the point where it became pure ether again. With this mystery solved, he felt more relaxed, but there was still something that was bothering him. Fully awake and more vigilant this time, he inspected his Oracle status in detail and found the source of his uneasiness, or rather well-being. He was too light. It was a thought that should have plagued him from the moment he arrived. How could he stand in such gravity when his body contained 27 tons of liquid alloy? The answer was simple. This liquid alloy had been removed from him. Where did it go? Jake suddenly began to panic. If the liquid alloy had been permanently removed, it would be a loss he would not recover from any time soon. Calm down. The soothing voice of she immediately placated him. I know how much you hate the Oracle, but the ordeals are fair and impartial. Without this precaution, you might not be dead, but you wouldn't have been able to move without telekinesis. The hypersleep capsule would also not have supported your weight. Look at your space storage. Listening to she, Jake checked the space storage and found all his liquid alloy floating in a corner. As soon as you find a place away from the cameras, reabsorb the liquid alloy you think you can comfortably carry. Jake nodded with an indifferent expression and walked off with an even step. A door a few meters in front of him had just creaked, and he had to play his part. Is there anyone there? I don't have enough strength to push that door. A weary female voice echoed across that door. Jake stopped in front of that door ajar and reached out to his ether core to prepare for any eventuality. Finally, when the woman cried out for help for the third time, he opened the door wide with one hand. A woman in her late 40s wearing thick glasses appeared in front of him. In addition to her pissed-off hair, she was wearing a cheap jogging suit, a pair of flip-flops with thick socks, and a long hooded sweater. Her hands were scaly, and her nails were worn down. It couldn't have been more corny. At a glance, he knew she was not a player. Even to perfect a disguise, no participant would have adopted such a look. In addition to not being ideal for fighting, it would complicate social interactions. In addition, she wore a badge around her neck, identifying her as a member of the ship's maintenance staff. A mechanic. Oh, thank God. Praise the fluid. I thought that door would never open. Jake felt his impatience fade as he heard her incessant whining, but he managed to put on a friendly poker face, the only expression he mastered perfectly. You don't have to thank me. It was the least I could do. Minerva. He took the opportunity to place one when she caught her breath. Minerva was the first name on her name tag. Having finally managed to regain control, he took the opportunity to learn more about this ship and the reason for this trip. It was not easy, because he had to bring these questions in a natural way and not to invoke suspicion by ignoring what everyone was supposed to know. Luckily, this lady loved to hear her voice, while memory lapses and cognitive dissonance problems were frequent side symptoms after a hypersleep awakening. His questions didn't raise any suspicion. He learned that Riva was indeed a dying planet. Its resources had been completely exploited, and a recent war against the enemies of the Galactic Consortium had made its atmosphere unbreathable and highly radioactive. Its population had survived by sheltering in underground cities, but there wasn't enough for everyone. Colonization had already begun en masse, and the Titan Pearl was transporting the 23rd wave of settlers to Riva 2, their new planet. The lucky settlers were chosen by a worldwide lottery, and Riva 2 was presented to them as a paradise destination where anything was possible. In practice, nobody knew anything about this new planet. From Jake's point of view, all this propaganda had no other purpose than to give these doomed survivors a slim hope. As everywhere where wealth and poverty mingled, injustices were legion. Since these lottery tickets had no name, just a number, a good part of them were bought at a high price by wealthy Rivans, or even simply forcibly taken away in total impunity from the lucky chosen ones unable to defend them. Moreover, half of these tickets were reserved for qualified personnel of the Third Brotherhood and their families. Of the 80,000 people aboard the Titan Pearl, only 10,000 were either part of the crew or had special qualifications. 60,000 passengers were family members or had redeemed these tickets, and only the last 10,000 passengers were the actual winners of this lottery. I lived in District 2 of Vijindai, and you? Minerva inquired suddenly in an excited tone, taking him by surprise. District 5, Jake answered awkwardly. He wasn't lying. It was written on his identity papers. Oh, what a small world. I can't believe we've never met before. Because of the air pollution, there are only 10,000 survivors at Vijindai, and most of them are either dead or on their way to Riva 2. If we hadn't been on that ship, we would never have met, because we would have died, haha. Sob. The middle-aged woman started crying without any warning signs. F.U.C.K, please don't do that. Jake cursed her inwardly. He hated this kind of situation. Apart from patting her on the back to comfort her, he didn't know what else to do. On top of that, her sweater smelled weird, and where he had put his hand, he spotted a pile of suspicious-looking white particles, dandruff. Jake immediately stopped comforting her and vigorously shook his hand before quietly wiping it against the nearest wall. Fortunately, fate seemed to have taken pity on him, for a door opened at the same moment. A bearded old man in his 60s raised his arms in the air to stretch out and yawned unrestrainedly, thinking he was alone before noticing their presence. Minerva, how are you doing? Already awake? The old man gave the depressed lady a bear hug, and Jake took the opportunity to outrun them. A few corridors and elevators later, Jake reached a huge refectory. Running, he could have made it here in a few seconds, but to appear normal, he had tried to walk slowly, simulating the tired gait and bewilderment expected from a passenger. He was not alone in the dining hall. A few stainless steel tables were already occupied, and a deadly silence reigned in the room. As he entered, a few curious glances turned towards him, but they quickly lost interest in him and concentrated on the food in front of them. These people were of all ages, and their clothing styles were diverse and varied, sometimes similar to Earth fashion, sometimes completely different. At one of the tables in a corner, Jake saw 8 individuals wearing long black coats with hooded faces. Each of them had 1 to 6 metal tubes of various sizes and lengths on their belts. Even while eating, these passengers wore thin leather gauntlets, reinforced with thin metal plates, and flexible armor as dark as night. At least that was the impression he got. Under their hoods, these individuals seemed to have no faces, and the food seemed to vanish inside. Feeling the insistence of his gaze, one of them raised his head in his direction, and he experienced a violent shudder, as if his soul had just been laid bare in front of death itself. The wearer of the faceless had stared at him intensely for what seemed like an endless amount of time, then nodded his head and began to eat silently again. Only then did Jake realize that he was sweating profusely. How scary. Shaking his head clear, he moved towards the machine where several passengers seemed to be lining up. Seeing the person near the machine leave with a meal tray, he knew he had come to the right place. As he joined the line, Jake's gaze continued to involuntarily linger on the hooded individuals feasting in silence, and this did not fail to attract the attention of the passenger who had lined up behind him. It was a skinny, pale young man with short black hair. Despite his sickly complexion, he was wearing white shirt and pants of good quality. The Consortium Inquisitors. This is the first time I've seen them in person. The young man commented with caution. Normally, if they appear, it is because something serious is going on. Each of their appearances is always accompanied by its share of inexplicable deaths. What exactly are they? Jake asked as he kept an eye on the new passengers arriving in the dining hall. Some say they are demons, monsters hiding under a human guise. Others say they are fluid manipulators who have gone wrong. Finally, some say that they are simply protecting their identity by hiding their faces with one of their tricks. In any case, they are the consortium's lapdogs. It's best to avoid them. I see. I'm Hade. The young man suddenly held out his hand. Jake. He shook hands without batting an eyelid. He had been awake for less than an hour and had already made a friend. His social skills had finally risen to the next level. It was about time. Chapter 377 Exotic Breakfast. A moment later, it was Jake's turn to place his order. The same facial recognition system as with his locker room was activated, scanning and comparing his face to the ship's database, and an interface with all sorts of menus appeared on the screen in front of him. Jake was delighted to discover that he was apparently considered a first-class passenger. The range of selections was wide and elaborately prepared. On top of that, he had no restrictions on quantities. Awesome. He could not help but gloat inside. Not overly adventurous, he selected a few items suitable for breakfast, such as an omelet, some fruit, a herbal tea, and what looked like a kind of chocolate pastry out of curiosity. Of course, the omelet was not made with chicken eggs, but since the species was not mentioned, he assumed that it was a product commonly used in Riva's food industry. The fruits had more outlandish appearances, and tasting them would truly be a leap of faith. As soon as he had finished taking his order, a small rectangular opening opened below the screen, and a meal tray identical to the selected food slid out in front of him. Jake took a curious look at his tray, but kept a neutral expression so as not to show that it was the first time he was seeing these ingredients. He freed the space for Hade lining up behind him and sat at one of the more remote steel tables to avoid attracting the Inquisitor's attention. Their faceless hoods had left him with a bitter feeling. Vigilantly watching the steady stream of passengers arriving in the refectory, Jake developed an appetite for his food. So far, he had not yet spotted any of his comrades. He was relatively surprised at first that his tall stature and gold-and-silver hair had not attracted any attention, but he had simply not seen enough of the world. In a few minutes, he had sighted several dozen passengers with appearances even more peculiar than his own. Whether they were players or not, he could not say yet. "Do you mind if I sit here?" A familiar voice interrupted his reflection. Looking up, Jake recognized the young man named Hade whom he had shaken hands with earlier. The man was smiling politely at him, but he seemed nervous as if afraid of rejection. "Please feel free to make yourself at home." Jake responded by biting into a purple, spherical fruit the size of a melon. Crunch, crunch. His expression subtly changed as he chewed. He had almost broken a tooth biting into that fruit. It was fucking hard. In front of him, Hade's eyes widened, completely slack-jawed. Seeing his reaction, he knew he had made a mistake. Fortunately, the young man knew how to adapt and immediately dispersed the discomfort. "I have to admit that this is the first time in my life that I've ever seen someone eat a kurkuva in this way." He chuckled awkwardly. "You really opened up my horizons." Now that Jake had made a blunder, he had to follow through on his blunder. Nonchalantly, he chewed again in his kurkuva and began to munch vigorously. Hade was speechless, but couldn't help but give him an astonished look. Perhaps to avoid embarrassing him, the young man put a pair of special gloves on his tray and grabbed a tool with a tip that looked like a drill and placed it against the skin of another fruit. He pressed a tiny button and the drill started to rotate quickly like an electric drill, digging a hole in the fruit. He then inserted a metal straw into the new hole and began to sip its precious contents as if nothing had happened. Jake examined his tray and actually found several strange cutlery items he had ignored, including this electric drill of sorts. The same pair of gloves were also present. "Don't get me wrong. I've always had good teeth." He finally justified himself as he finished the fruit, not without difficulty. Even a child could have told he was lying. Hade was dying to laugh, but he knew when not to. Still, he was deeply shocked. He had to clarify things. Since Riva's atmosphere has become unbearable, fruits have been genetically modified to better withstand radiation. He finally explained in a hesitant tone. Their skin is supposed to be almost impenetrable, but that's not really the problem. Their role is to stop radiation and toxins, and as a result, the skin contains huge amounts of radiation and toxins, especially in the surface layer. For your health, it's best to stop this while you still can. Jake was taken aback by this revelation. For the other passengers, and even most of the participants, it was indeed dangerous. But for him, these radiations and toxins were a tonic. He was looking for a suitable response when he recognized a familiar face a few meters away from him. Will here. The businessman, who wore his glasses again, walked towards him with relief. Because of the enormous ether density, his ether stat advantage had been nullified, and he was myopic again. The Murtharian body was not enough to fully correct this condition. Luckily, the Oracle had planned for everything. His comrade took a curious look at Hade and sat down next to them. With Jake's introduction, Will and Hade quickly broke the ice between them and began to talk heatedly. Jake had to admit that his eloquence was nothing compared to that of Will. While he had to rack his brains to keep the conversation going, the nerd had no difficulty conversing about anything and everything. What depressed Jake the most was that Will hadn't stupidly munched on one of these fruits. After weighing one of the fruits he had chosen, his gaze had immediately turned to the strange instruments and cutlery in his tray, and he had used his common sense not to make any odd mistakes. "Where do you know each other from?" Hade asked after a while, which caught them slightly off guard. Jake and Will hadn't really thought about the possibility that they were perhaps not supposed to know each other. But if they didn't know each other, how could they regroup with the rest of their faction without appearing suspicious? "We met at the boarding area of the Titan Pearl. We were in the same line." Jake gave the only plausible excuse. If such a lie could be turned against him, it meant that their every move was being watched. In that case, trying to keep a low profile would be completely useless. "Oh," Hade seemed to accept this explanation. "And you? Where are you from?" Will spontaneously change the subject. "Qualified personnel, family of personnel, redeemed tickets, or a genuine lottery winner?" For one reason or another, this question immediately put Hade on the defensive. He still gave them an evasive answer. "I guess I'm a little all at once. I've always been pretty lucky." Hade smiled wryly. His answer reminded them of Tim. With his luck, he should have already found them effortlessly. Somewhat coincidentally, Jake saw two little figures walking hand in hand into the dining hall, Tim and Lily. This time, having learned his lesson, he behaved as if nothing had happened and kept eating. The two children eventually spotted him, but when they saw his attitude, they understood the message. They lined up to get their trays and then chose an empty table nearby. Once again, Jake felt ashamed when he saw the two children using the cutlery correctly to eat their fruit. He had by far the best cognitive abilities of their group, so why did he have so little common sense? "You have common sense." She consoled him while containing her urge to make fun of him. "The skin of these fruits is no danger to you. They are even beneficial. Neither Will nor Tim nor Lily can eat this fruit the way you did without breaking their teeth. They don't have a choice. You just have to think like them." With She's encouragement, he regained his good mood and started eating eagerly again. Over the next hour, all the passengers finally woke up, and soon the dining hall was full to bursting point. Jake and Will eventually found Sarah and the others, but the free chairs at their table had long been occupied by other passengers. At first, Jake wondered how to differentiate the participants from the native passengers, but he had already found a first method. The players had generally gotten up before the native passengers and tended to speak little while keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. Their dressing style also sometimes betrayed their origin. In comparison, the native passengers were talkative and tended to crowd together in small groups. They spoke loudly and had no difficulty exchanging all sorts of anecdotes about their past life on Riva. For Jake and the other players, these passengers were a wealth of information. Just by listening to them, it was possible to glean everything they needed to know. Apart from an authentic identity and mastery of the native language, the Oracle had given them no special privileges. If they wanted to integrate, they had to find the solution themselves. With his hearing and intelligence, Jake could hear and remember everything that was said in the refectory, and he showed no scruples about making use of it. He, who at first took little part in the conversation, leaving Will to do the work, gradually took over in front of an astonished Will. In a few moments, he assimilated all the anecdotes he had heard and made them his own. "And that's how I got my ticket." Jake valiantly concluded a long tirade after having knocked half of his entire audience to sleep. If my friend hadn't contracted the Terinthian plague, he would never have given me his ticket, and I would probably still be stuck in that Vijayndai place. Jake was so proud of himself that he almost expected applause, but aside from Will, who was about to prostrate himself in admiration, the passengers sitting at their tables remained indifferent. Even Haid did not seem particularly interested. His curiosity seemed to have died down. F.U.C.K. I really wasted my breath for nothing, Jake cursed inwardly. Well, at least he had managed to get rid of suspicion. Even his mistake with the fruit had been covered up. The few players and passengers whose gaze he had felt lingering on him had moved on. But not all of them. He still felt he was being watched. When they were done eating breakfast, Jake and the other players experienced a blank moment where they were at a loss as to what to do. The Oracle system hadn't given them any ordeal missions, which meant that the ordeal hadn't really started yet. Not being able to take it anymore, Jake suddenly got up and disposed of his empty tray. He was about to leave to explore the ship when a shrill, sizzling noise buzzed through their eardrums. Jake turned his head in the noise direction and found several sound amplifiers suspended from the ceiling. After a few adjustments, a somewhat parched female voice cleared her throat and broke the silence. Chapter 378 No Communications. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your flight commander, A.V. Shawnman, at your service. The voice presented itself in a somewhat mischievous but awkward tone. This A.V. Shawnman wasn't even trying to be polite, and you could feel a profound disgust. From her slightly hoarse voice, she did not seem to appreciate her forced awakening, and unlike the other passengers, she unfortunately knew the reason why. Jake and the other participants were also in the know thanks to the synopsis provided by the Oracle system, but the rest of the crew was not. Predictably, the captain of the Titan Pearl quickly abandoned trivialities to get to the point. Sai, I hope you are enjoying your trip with us and that you are recovering well from your cryosleep. Alas, I have two pieces of bad news to tell you. The unsuspecting native passengers, easily recognizable by their boundless enthusiasm, suddenly put down their cutlery and stopped smiling stupidly. Of course, not all these passengers were filled with happiness. Quite a few had poorly recovered from hypersleep or had not yet mourned the relatives and friends they had left behind on Riva. After all the time spent sleeping, it would be a miracle if these relatives were still alive. All these reactions were reasonable, but the commander's subsequent statements were not going to make things any better. Cough. I'm not cut out for announcing this kind of thing. A.V. Shawnman complained in frustration throughout the refectory, thinking she had turned off her microphone before realizing her mistake. Damn it, where's the bitch in charge of the events when you need her? And where is my coffee? A sound of an object smashing on the floor, followed by a flurry of insults directed at the poor bitch, resounded throughout the refectory before communication was suddenly cut off. At that very moment, the heads of all the passengers were funny, and Jake was no less puzzled. A few minutes later, the sound amplifiers crackled again, and another much softer, professional female voice addressed them. Ahem, sorry for the inconvenience. I am Fud Shuri, the chief host of this cruise, and will be at your disposal throughout your stay. As the commander has suggested, we do indeed have two pieces of bad news for you. However, depending on your point of view, you might see this as a gift. I feel you are impatient, so let's stop kidding around. The first bad news is that we haven't arrived. Your hypersleep was interrupted halfway through the trip because of an anomaly detected in the ship. Based on our current flying speed, we won't reach Riva 2 for another 79 years. What? This outraged reaction was not just from the native passengers. The players were also shocked. The ordeal introduction was about a call for help coming from a beacon lost in space, not an anomaly inside the ship. They were two very different things. In the first case, the ship was perfectly functional, while in the second case, they didn't know what they were dealing with. The passengers were not fooled and immediately began to consider the worst-case scenarios. Within seconds, the joyful atmosphere in the dining hall fell into panic and turmoil. Perhaps because she had access to the camera, or because of the commander's glare, the host quickly corrected the situation before it got out of hand. Don't panic. The Titan Pearl is doing well. We'll just do a routine checkup, and that's great. We're only 3 weeks away from the Yotai Shurin 3 space station, and after making contact with the station, we'll go there to refuel and make any needed repairs. The quieter passengers started whispering to each other again, and Jake listened to them, so as not to miss anything they were talking about. It turned out that no one had ever heard of the space station. Other than knowing that it was under the direct jurisdiction of the Galactic Consortium, their knowledge level was 0. Nevertheless, the host had no reason to lie to them. "I don't like it," Jake thought inwardly as he exchanged a meaningful glance with Will. He was beginning to get a good idea of how the scenario would unfold. She also shared his pessimism. If our goal was to maximize our chances of survival, we could take control of the ship and prevent it from docking to this station at all costs. But our main ordeal mission is to discover the truth behind a call for help signal that hasn't happened yet. My guess is that the signal will either come from the station or from an object nearby. In either case, the Titan Pearl will be involved. Before being a transport ship, it is a heavily armed star battleship created and designed for military use. The ship's crew is primarily composed of highly skilled military personnel. They are perfectly qualified to handle this type of situation. Jake nodded with an impassive expression, then listened to the second bad news announcement. The second bad news is that the space station in question is not responding. The station is trapped in an electromagnetic storm of gigantic magnitude that has been raging for nearly 100 years, and communications have long since become impossible. We expect turbulence as we pass through this area. Even without this anomaly, the Titan Pearl would have been forced to deactivate the crew's hypersleep to investigate the situation because this electromagnetic storm is on our way. Unfortunately, we don't know why you, the passengers, were also awakened, but we assumed that this would be related to the anomaly detected on board. In any case, the situation is under control. At this stage, passengers were definitely worried. Although this could ultimately only be a simple mishap, it was human nature to expect the worst. The players in particular knew full well that this cruise would soon turn sour. Fortunately, the host was experienced. After announcing the bad news, she took great care to end on a positive note, immediately making the less suspicious forget about their doubts. "Nevertheless, behind every black cloud there is a sun," she exclaimed with almost intoxicating passion. "During the investigation of Yotai Shuren 3 and the checkup of the Titan Pearl, you will be able to enjoy all the services of the ship free of charge. I wish you all a very pleasant cruise, and we'll see you tonight at the 7th floor disco for a crazy night with DJ Wagen. Please come out and join us." At the end, the host's voice took on the childish pitch of a Japanese idol, and she or DJ Wagen must have been famous on Riva, as most of the native passengers shouted excitedly after the last announcement. The word "free of charge" could also have had something to do with it. When silence returned to the dining hall, the discussions resumed. The passengers were in a frenzy, but the players were all pondering over their next move. Jake, who was already ready to leave to explore the ship, winked at his comrades, and they too got up. Once out of the dining hall, he took out his boarding papers and found his cabin number. "Room 128, 5th floor, compartment B. It's not too far from here," he mumbled with a falsely lost expression. The refectory was also in compartment B in the middle of the ship, but on the 3rd floor. After a few minutes of solitary walking, Jake found his cabin and was enchanted to discover a luxurious suite worthy of a 5-star hotel. A varnished parquet floor, a solid gold chandelier, exquisite decorations and paintings reminiscent of the Versailles Palace, and a king-size bed large enough to accommodate at least 5 people. People like Jake. There was even a wall screen transmitting a faithful vision of space from outside the Titan Pearl to give the illusion of having its own window. Jake immediately let himself fall into bed, and when he sunk into the soft mattress, he almost forgot the calamity that was brewing in the shadows. After contemplating the ceiling for a few minutes, he sighed tiredly and straightened up. "No cameras here," he remarked serenely. "We should be able to communicate freely from our rooms using radio transmitters or our oracle devices. Use your bracelets instead," she shouted in a warning tone. "If they can pick up your radio frequency, it would be a catastrophe." As usual, his oracle AI thought of everything. The only thing that bothered him was that with the transmitters they could have at least saved a few ether points. To let Will and the others know where he was, he transmitted his findings via his bracelet and waited for a possible answer. Strangely enough, even after 2 hours none of his group had responded. "FUCK, what the hell are they doing?" Jake began to get annoyed after the 3rd hour. "Jake, Look at the screen. She pressed him with obvious bafflement. Why, what's the matter with you? When he saw the screen completely black, he froze on the spot. Rushing towards the screen, he pressed several buttons and confirmed that the screen was still on. He tried again to contact Will and the others with his bracelet without success. It won't work with radio transmitters either, she said categorically. Communications have been cut off. Jake was taken aback by this statement. That the Titan Pearl had malfunctions was perfectly acceptable, but what did that have to do with their Oracle devices? Try a scan to find out for sure, she proposed without much conviction. Jake hated wasting his ether like that, but he played along. After reabsorbing as much liquid alloy as he could carry, he ran a scan. A spiritual wave gushed out of his body and traveled through the ship at the speed of light. He waited for the usual feedback with anticipation, but to his dismay it didn't come. The bracelet remained abnormally silent. Seriously alarmed this time, he deployed his own spirit body as far as he could and tried to shroud his environment with his consciousness. At his greatest shock, after only a few meters, he felt his control over his spirit body waning, and after 5 meters it began to flicker and warp dangerously, as if an alien energy was destabilizing it. If he insisted on maintaining control, he would risk damaging his soul. After recalling his spirit body, Jake had a dark look on his face, but he kept his chin up. I'm going to see what's going on myself, he suddenly informed she as he donned his armor straight away. Without functional communications, he had no reason to hide. His instincts told him that he would soon need it. Just as he was closing the door of his cabin, the Oracle coach gave him his first mission unceremoniously. First side mission. Go to the command room and make sure all your companions are safe and sound. Chapter 379 Kyle's Plight. Seeing the contents of this first mission, Jake immediately blamed the Oracle system for its shamelessness. This mission was practically there to force him to take a detour. Even so, he knew that the coaching feature existed to best serve his interests. If he was assigned such a mission, it meant that his comrades were in danger. As a faction leader, it was his responsibility to take care of his subordinates. Therefore, instead of rushing to the command room at the front of the ship as he had originally intended, he branched off in the opposite direction, with his shadow guide showing him the way to his closest comrade. The corridors were unusually quiet and empty, but there was no sign of anything wrong. After a few turns and a stairway, he came to a door with the number 96 and knocked unscrupulously. A few seconds later, Jake heard footsteps, followed by a latch being removed, and the door opened slightly, revealing the face of a cautious but mostly embarrassed Kyle. Jake, what are you doing here? The former playboy asked FLU.S tearfully. Something was making him hesitant. Are you going to open up for me or not? Jake grew impatient quickly. Haha, yes of course. The door finally opened wide, and Jake walked brazenly into his room. This bedroom was considerably less spacious, with a single bed as well as sober and functional furniture. The level of comfort was miles away from his own luxury suite. But the most embarrassing thing was the strange smell floating in the air and the presence of used tissues on the bedside table. Please, don't tell me you were jerking off in the middle of an ordeal. Jake didn't dare believe his own guess. Regrettably, Kyle's ashamed silence only confirmed his suspicions. I'm too stressed right now, and it's been a while since. I don't want to know anything. Jake barked sternly. Pull yourself together. This will be my one and only warning. I don't care what you do outside of the ordeals, but here you have to thrive every second to improve your rating. Okay, you screwed up the previous ordeal, but at this rate you're well on your way to screwing up this one too. If that happens, I don't have to draw a picture, right? Yeah, I got the message. Kyle stammered, his trembling body and clenched fists betraying the torrent of emotion that was raging through him. Whether it was anger, outrage, sadness, or shame was hard to tell, but he was clearly close to his limit. Eventually, in the face of Jake's indifferent, almost disdainful gaze, a mad desire to fight back crossed his mind. But no sooner had the idea gone to his head than Jake had already pinned him to the ground with an arm lock. Kyle struggled for almost a minute before stopping, with a weary, depressed face as if he had just exhausted his last ounce of energy. Even after Jake let go of him, he remained on the ground like a dead fish. No, you didn't get the message. Jake articulated slowly. You focus on what you've lost and feel sorry for yourself by blaming others. You completely overlook what you can gain from this bracelet and these ordeals. If you're afraid to fight and you're doing it just to preserve your ego, you're an idiot. You don't have to do these ordeals with us. The fact that you failed the second ordeal means that your ordeal will be simpler. Your missions will be less complicated or will reward you more. Not to mention the fact that we are all friends and in the same faction. What you can't do on your own, I or others will take care of it for you. My first ordeal mission is to make sure that my companions are safe and to go to the command room. Do I leave you here wasting more handkerchiefs, or are you coming with me and making yourself useful? As Jake made this moralizing and pompous speech, he could hardly believe these words were actually coming out of his mouth. He felt like a stranger to himself. Preaching camaraderie and caring wasn't really his style. Regardless, this speech did work on Kyle. He stood up slowly and quietly rubbed his eyes when he was back to Jake before saying, "I come. Good. That's what I wanted to hear." Jake nodded with approval. "And now let's go." Jake waited patiently for Kyle to put on his gear. Then the duo set off in the direction of their closest ally. The corridors were as empty and silent as ever, and they didn't meet a living soul, not even a stray passenger. Perhaps because the silence was too much for him, or Jake's indifference was devoid of judgment, Kyle finally opened up. "I just can't get used to the changes," he confided in a low voice. "Before, I was popular, rich, and everything was working out for me. Whereas since the arrival of these damn bracelets, it's been a downfall. My father died, my mother committed suicide when she found out, and my sister became the slave of a Nawai alien. As for Sarah, Amy, Sophie, and the others who were hanging out with me, those who are still alive despise me with all their heart. The only reason I am still hanging on and have not yet committed suicide is my misplaced ego and the fact that my sister is still alive." Jake was incredibly disturbed while listening to Kyle's secrets. It was amazing that he kept it to himself without exploding all that time. More emotionally fragile people could have broke down for less than that. He had seen what criminals like Yerode and Lamine could do to their slaves. He dared not imagine what Kyle's sister was going through, but it didn't bode well. It made him realize that he didn't know how his companions' families were doing. Apart from what they wanted to tell him, only the Oracle knew how much sad news they were hiding from him. Statistically, it was impossible for all their relatives and friends to be alive. As for Kyle's character, it was true that the former playboy was fearful, idle, and had once had a misplaced ego, but he wasn't without redeeming qualities either. The mere fact that he dared to participate in these ordeals despite his terror demanded incredible courage. He was indeed responsible for the opinion his former groupies had of him. But Jake didn't believe for a second that Sarah hated him that much, or she would have let him know outright. It was true, however, that he was just not as good a party as he had been when he was still a popular university student. "We've arrived." Jake suddenly terminated his confession as he paused in front of another door. "And I'm sorry for everything that happened to you, but I stand by my previous advice. Pull yourself together. At the end of this ordeal, we'll go save your sister." It was the first time Jake had ever made a promise like that, but it brought Kyle almost magical relief. He was still the same fearful playboy, but a huge burden had been lifted from him. His face was much more serene. When the door opened, they found Tim, Lily, and her father Daniel. Unlike Kyle, they had put on their equipment and had long since noticed that communications had been cut off. Tim and Lily wanted to explore the ship, but Daniel had cleverly prevented them from doing so on the grounds that it would make it harder for others to join them. The two children wielded a short axe, while Daniel had a heavy assault rifle in his hands and seemed to know how to use it. Jake wasn't familiar with this uncle, but at least they weren't on bad terms. Moreover, this family man was not trying to impose his law and had no problem following the orders of a nephew half his age. As the group prepared to search for their other friends, a group of individuals appeared at the end of the hallway. With delight, Jake recognized his cousins Vincent and Kevin, accompanied by Will, Sarah, and the two sisters. You could immediately sense the difference in experience. Even without the Oracle mission, they had spontaneously sought to regroup. "Thank God you are all here." Will laughed with irrepressible joy as he walked towards them. "These broken communications are truly a blessing in disguise. There is no longer any need to watch our every move." Jake agreed, then immediately said, "Let's go." "The command room?" Will confirmed without slowing down. "Precisely. What are your main and secondary missions at the moment?" The businessman calmly inquired while the group moved quickly to the front of the ship. Primary mission: survive until the Titan Pearl is docked to the Yotai Shuren 3 space station. Secondary mission: accompany Jake to the command room. Kyle responded calmly. Sarah and the two sisters didn't sense anything special, but Will, who had spent the past month with Kyle, felt the difference. Before, he would definitely have waited to hear other people's answers before giving his own to avoid embarrassing himself in public. Main mission: survive until the mystery behind the Yotai Shuren 3 space station is solved. Secondary mission: return to the command room. Tim then revealed. Lily and Kevin confirmed that they had received the same mission. After each revealed their primary mission, it turned out that depending on their Oracle rank and profile, the nature and difficulty of the primary mission could differ greatly. Will, for example, although he was rank 8, had as his main mission to survive until the mystery was solved like Tim and Lily, while Inya, like Jake, had to solve the mystery behind the future call for help. Sarah, Essia, and Vincent had also been given this goal, but they did not have to solve the mystery completely, just find at least one clue. On this basis, it was possible to see the huge difference in difficulty between the ordeal missions from one person to another. Tim, Lily, and Will could literally hide during the entire ordeal. As long as someone solved the mystery, they would be considered winners. As for Jake, clearly, having a high Oracle rank didn't grant any favoritism. After that, the group continued to run relentlessly, winding their way through the endless corridors of the ship. When they reached the end of Compartment B, a huge armored door blocked their way. Behind this door was Compartment A, reserved for the authorized crew of the Titan Pearl. Boom. Jake was about to punch a hole through that door when the ship started shaking violently, as if it had just been hit by a huge asteroid. The wall 10 meters behind them suddenly exploded, but instead of opening to the vacuum of space and causing a depressurization, evil laughter rang out behind them. Board. Chapter 380 Board. At the bow of the ship, in a room full of blank screens, a young woman wearing a heavy plate armor was sitting cross-legged on a leather armchair too big for her. Her hands clung so tightly to the metal handles of her seat that they had been completely distorted like a snake with a twisted neck. Although she was no taller than 5 feet and looked more like a teenager than an adult, her cruel smile inspired fear and respect in everyone present. Her hazel eyes, delicate features, and long black hair were not enough to counterbalance this impression. Several high-ranking soldiers shivered with apprehension next to her, but they didn't dare interrupt her pondering. Luckily for them, the young woman was not interested in them, her gaze fixed on an armored window opening directly onto the sidereal void. Suddenly, a breathless soldier burst into the room covered in blood before collapsing unconscious in front of the young woman and her officers. Can someone tell me what's going on? Avi Shanman stopped staring into space and ignoring the unconscious soldier at her feet. She questioned her subordinates directly. Now that they had the green light to speak, they didn't waste a second. Communications have been down since we entered the perimeter of the electromagnetic storm. A bearded officer of advanced age declared solemnly. He was the only officer who was completely calm, and his many wrinkles did not hide the vicissitudes he had endured during his long career. "Pal, I know that," the young woman shouted out after slapping him without restraint. "Did you think I wouldn't notice with all the monitors off?" The old bearded man did not change his expression and wiped the blood from his lip with a handkerchief. After cracking his jaw a couple of times, he continued his report apathetically, not forgetting to call her to order. "Commander Shanman, you know how and why you got this position. Don't forget that, or you'll suffer the consequences." Seeing that the impetuous young woman was just clenching her teeth in rage, he let out a contemptuous smile. Getting back to the present situation, the storm is unnatural. At least one fluid grandmaster is involved. "Impossible," one of the officers protested vehemently. "These old fossils can be counted on the fingers of one hand and are all eminent galactic consortium figureheads. Apart from ensuring the security of the headquarters, they have no other duties and are not allowed to leave the territory of the First Brotherhood." The old man snubbed the officer who had just spoken as if it was a brain-dead idiot and simply retorted, "You're wrong. Renegade Inquisitors? Or an enemy of the consortium?" Avi asked with a solemn expression. If a fluid grandmaster was involved, Their situation was far more dire than she imagined. It's impossible to answer with certainty at this point. And this anomaly detected in the ship? How long before we reach Yotai Shuren 3? The young woman questioned them successively with a worsening foul mood. We still haven't regained control of the Titan Pearl. Another officer quickly replied with a bow. Whoever or whatever sabotaged us did an excellent job. It's a good thing that the passengers accepted our excuse. But if they knew that we never chose to go to the Yotai Shuren 3 space station, I wonder what their reaction would be. SL.A.P. A spurt of blood and a few teeth flew through the air. The officer who had just spoken had been slapped so hard that he had almost gone senile. I despise innuendo. Speak clearly. A.V. Shanmin sneered loudly. Boom. Another officer was about to take over when the ground abruptly slipped from under their feet. The command room capsized at almost 90 degrees for a short time, sending most of the officers flying off the floor before stabilizing again in its normal position. Bored. In another corner of the ship, in a place filled with jacuzzis, hammam, and sauna, a young man in swimming trunks, with a shaved head and covered with tattoos representing various animals, was rhythmically trampling a shapeless mass with an unlit cigar in his mouth. With identity papers scattered on the ground and covered in blood, this shapeless mass was one of the passengers. Wild, we don't have time for this nonsense. Another man, even more tattooed, if possible, patted him on the shoulder to bring him back to reality. Seeing the state of the middle-aged lady trampled on, he got a chill. Wearing an old-fashioned monokini, the passenger's forehead had been smashed between her eyes with a kind of chisel, and her brain was directly exposed. The sensory organ in the form of a muscle to control and circulate the fluid was missing. In addition to this cosmetic detail, the deceased passenger's eyes were sunken and most of her hair was missing, as if she had lost many tufts in a very short time. Combined with a corpse pallor, this woman deserved her place in a horror movie. TSK. I didn't do that. The so-called Wild justified himself by giving one last angry kick. This passenger was already like that when it attacked me. When you arrived, it collapsed like a disarticulated puppet. All right, I believe you. The other tattooed man then turned to his seemingly equally eccentric comrades who were also in bathing suits, and clapped his hands while shouting, "Playtime's over. I want everyone geared and ready for battle in 120 seconds. Hee hee, it looks like we won't really be able to enjoy this cruise like we were dreaming of." The group of men in bathing shorts burst out laughing. Then an explosion rang out and sent them all rolling on the floor. Bored. Come, little one. Don't be afraid. A squatting girl smiled radiantly as she stared at a wall where there was absolutely nothing in front. Her voice was soft and soothing as if she was trying to attract a frightened puppy, but to the witnesses nearby, she sounded just like a crazy person. Lily stops doing that. It's just fuckng creepy. A beautiful woman wearing a long evening gown and high heels scolded the girl in exasperation. MMF. Because of you, he ran away. I hate you. The girl suddenly started screaming in rage, her face momentarily red with anger. Shut the fuck up if you don't want another round of spanking. The girl calmed down immediately and became good as gold again. One could have thought of a commonplace exchange between mother and daughter, but they were both covered in blood and looked nothing alike. The little girl had messy red hair and was dressed coquettishly in overalls and sneakers, while the adult woman was dark-haired and exquisitely dressed and made up. The only thing they had in common was their scarlet irises and abnormally pale skin. Minutes after they left, another group of players entered the room they had just left, and a macabre sight greeted them. Dozens of completely desiccated corpses had formed an orderly pile in a corner of the room. The most shocking thing about this scene was that there was no trace of blood. All over the ship, similar scenes were occurring where players and passengers were facing strange situations that were beyond their control. The communication breakdown was a boon for some players, while some passengers also had their own schedules. Sometimes the passengers were victims of abuse by other participants, while sometimes it was the passengers who proved to be dangerous. Finally, in other cases, the players were a threat to other players. But the boarding of the Titan Pearl by an unknown enemy changed all that. The Consortium Inquisitors, who until then had not moved from the dining hall, rose abruptly from their seats, and all 8 of them turned their gaze in the same direction. For the lucky passengers who had the wonderful idea of staying in the dining hall, this scene gave them goosebumps. What they didn't know was that because of the Inquisitor's presence, the dining hall was now the safest room on the ship. Can you feel it? One of the faceless creatures croaked with a voice so hoarse that no human would have been able to imitate it. We feel it. It's indistinct, but Sigmar has been here. Another Inquisitor grunted and uttered a wheezing whistle. We should meet him. The 8 hooded creatures immediately agreed, and the next second they silently disappeared like ghosts. If it wasn't for their meal trays still half full, you'd think they'd never been there. As for Jake and his group, they were already on alert, and the explosion behind them gave them the adrenaline shot they needed. Board! Bang! The one who had just shouted board flew back like a missile from where he had come from after Kevin punched him in the face. The other invaders about to land were deeply shocked and hesitated briefly. Unlucky for them, Jake's group was full of freaks, and when they discovered they were dealing with other humans, their fear was completely non-existent. Bored, Jake shouted back before grabbing the head of one of the invaders and shoving his knee up his nose. The face of his victim caved in, and a horrible cracking sound sent shivers down everyone's spine. He then charged into the invader's ship and disappeared inside. With the initiative of their faction leader, it was enough for Sarah and the others to charge after him, uttering war cries. Kyle, who had a heavy heart, swung his sword at the first enemy that came near, while Sarah and the 2 sisters rushed after Jake and his cousins to keep up with them. Soon, cries of misery and new explosions resounded inside the enemy ship. The only one left behind was Will, who knelt down next to the first victim and slapped him shamelessly to wake him up. Once he was more or less conscious, the businessman looked into the invader's eyes and asked in a hypnotic voice, "Hello there. Would you be so kind as to tell me what brings you here?" "Of course, please. Take all the time you need." Chapter 381 Pirates, or Inside the invader's ship, the atmosphere had taken a turn that Jake and the others had never imagined. After neutralizing the first wave of attackers in a matter of seconds, the numerous survivors had suddenly retreated, leaving their companions unconscious or seriously injured. "Erg, please don't kill me. I just don't want to go back there." The only remaining conscious pirate who was still impaled on one of Kevin's claws was sobbing. His face was streaming with tears and his eyes were bulging out, swaying from side to side in a chaotic manner. He was completely terrified. Jake, who until then had been charging headlong, was startled by his expression and finally came to a halt. Seeing his reaction, the rest of his group stopped behind him and waited patiently with a puzzled expression. "What's wrong?" Vincent asked calmly, while wiping his rapier on the armor of his last victim. His pale blue skin and blood-red eyes gave him a weird, ghostly complexion under the dim violet neon lights of the enemy ship. Instead of immediately responding, Jake crouched down beside the defeated enemies and examined their faces with growing doubt. "Their reactions are strange." Kevin grunted as he put an end to his impaled opponent's pleas with a violent headbutt. "Why are they so terrified?" "They are the attackers." "Tell me, am I that ugly?" "Honest answer. Go fuck yourself, Vincent." Kevin suddenly became enraged and gave off an ominous bear growl. The very next second, his 2 cousins were fighting like cat and dog. One, although in human form, was a ferocious beast devoid of technique, as unstoppable as a bulldozer, while the second was as elusive as an eel. Of all his cousins, Vincent was with George the one who no longer had any semblance of being human at all. Kevin and Jake were definitely abnormal, but in their resting form, they were not so different from the others. Kevin may have been excessively hairy, but if Jake was hiding his teeth and claws, he just had an exotic eye and hair color. As for Vincent, he could hardly hide his bluish skin and long pointed ears. According to his cousin, his bloodline was that of a water elf, a grade 5 bloodline. It gave him interesting passive abilities such as the ability to breathe underwater and sharper senses, especially sight and hearing. His body agility and strength were also twice that of a human, with an acceptable evolutionary potential. The sub-attribute of dexterity in particular was exceptional. Handling a weapon or shooting accurately over long distances required virtually no effort. In terms of ether skills, he could detect the presence of water and naturally control it to some extent. He also recovered his strength more quickly in a watery environment. Put in perspective, None of these capabilities rivaled those of Jake, either in evolutionary potential or pure power. For example, his limited control of water, he could do it better with his telekinesis. The water elves, however, had an extremely handy characteristic, which in his context Jake envied quite a bit: their lightness. Where Jake was growing heavier and heavier over time, Vincent was losing weight. Right now he weighed only 9 kilos. This explained the choice of the rapier as his main weapon. Apparently, Vincent had tried to carry a more badass weapon, such as a broadsword or a war hammer, but even if he could lift them, they made him lose his balance. Seeing Vincent and Kevin fight, Jake had to recognize that Vincent had the advantage, but Kevin had not transformed. Right now, they had no time for that kind of nonsense. Enough, Jake shouted coldly, immobilizing them with his telekinesis. They were so focused on their fight that he had no trouble taking control of their bodies. If he had been an enemy, they would already be dead. Meanwhile, Will had also joined them. Anything new? The businessman sighed heavily in response. They're pirates, but they're not here to plunder the Titan Pearl, but to escape here. Their ship has apparently been lost in this magnetic storm for several years. Yotai Shuren 3 has become a cutthroat, and something horrible is going on. Those who come back from there go crazy and then die. But according to the one I interviewed, it might be contagious. As you'd expect from a pirate ship, the atmosphere has always been anarchic, and it was not uncommon for a fight to break out. Even a revenge death from time to time is commonplace. But after the return of the infected pirates, everyone went completely nuts. The entire crew became depressed and unstable, their negative emotions exacerbated in incomprehensible ways. The worst of each individual revealed itself, and the situation soon escalated irreversibly. Then these same tyrants began to die, while others became stronger and developed abilities they didn't have. But in return, they lost their rationality and became completely different. This pirate I interviewed was terrified because he was also beginning to lose his mind. He has memory lapses and sometimes wakes up in places without understanding how he got here. Convinced that their ship had been cursed, the still sane pirates regrouped and escaped from their ship after seeing the Titan Pearl. Jake and the others were taken aback when they learned the truth. Their first reaction to all of them was to inspect their oracle status to look for an anomaly, but they were perfectly fine. Jake, who had experience with the brain eaters in his first ordeal, scanned each of the unconscious pirates, but with the exception of the recently inflicted wounds and concussions, they were healthy. I can't find anything wrong with them. They're just very stressed out. He shook his head. He didn't know what to think of these pirates. It's not inconsistent. Will retorted with a grim face. These pirates fled their ship by stealing the rescue shuttles. Assuming that the pirate was telling the truth and that they are the only sane escapees left, it's no wonder that no pathogens or abnormalities are found in them. They are just terrified. But the pirate himself said that he sometimes behaved abnormally. If he's not crazy, he must have been affected by something. Daniel calmly brought his grain of wisdom. I didn't say that he was not. Will shrugged with a small laugh. Is it just me, or their fluid gland is rather atrophied? Enya mumbled after receiving a copy of the scan. Jake and Will took another look at the report, but they saw nothing special. The fluid organ was indeed smaller than theirs, but these pirates were also very weak, barely stronger than normal humans. It's a possibility. She intervened in his mind. But it will be necessary to find pirates who have been affected for longer, or even ideally who have already gone insane, to come to a real conclusion. Jake nodded subtly, and then set off again. Except this time, he put on a pair of gloves and a waterproof helmet with a visor for space exploration. It was provided with his armor, but since he could survive in space, he didn't think he would be using it so soon. His comrades did the same, except for Kevin, who only had a gas mask, but that wasn't so bad. I'll be waiting here. Will chuckled awkwardly. If he could avoid taking unnecessary risks, he preferred not to. Lily and Tim, you wait for me there too. Daniel also said as he removed the safety from his assault rifle. The two children complained for a brief moment, but the father's stern look made them let go. Jake, who was leading the way, was ready to run for a long time before catching up with the fleeing pirates, but he found them much faster than expected. The rescue shuttle was only 100 meters long. Had it not been for the locked armored doors blocking his path, he would have reached them in an instant. After having completely chopped in pieces the last reinforced door opening on the Sisik pit, a strange scene greeted him. The space pirates had reorganized themselves into a dense line of defense, and all were holding him at gunpoint with fanatical and desperate expressions. "Don't move. If you take one more step, I'll shoot." Jake just smirked. "If you put down your weapons now, I promise to spare you," he said calmly. "Let's talk like civilized people, okay?" Pew! A plasma projectile flew towards his torso, but was nonchalantly intercepted by his blade. Jake frowned annoyingly. So much for failed negotiations. Whoever had just fired had bloodshot eyes and drool on his lips as if Jake had just killed his mother and father before his eyes. Recognizing the signs of insanity that Will was talking about, a glimmer of excitement flashed through his eyes. Pew! 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 Sadly, after this first intentional shot, the dozens of blasters pointed at him immediately started to shoot him with surgical precision. The other pirates he had almost convinced had completely lost it and decided to dump all their ammunition on him. Jake nearly yawned as he let the plasma shots crash on him with a mocking look. With the quality of his armor and his heat resistance, these shots were no more tickling him than a massage. A few seconds later, after a last weak shot, silence returned to the room. Apart from the sound of shallow, jerky breaths, one could also hear the dripping of a pirate peeing himself. "We surrender." A pirate then threw his weapon on the floor and raised his hands in the air. Inspired by his example, the other pirates soon surrendered in turn. The only one who stupidly continued firing with his unloaded blaster was the crazy pirate who had fired first. Chapter 382 Fluid Ghost. Slap. The idiot who kept squeezing the trigger of his unloaded blaster spat out half his teeth after just a single slap, and his feet took off from the ground upon impact. If Jake hadn't held him firmly in place by grabbing his collar with his other hand, he probably would have ricocheted off the ceiling quite a few times. The only reason this mad guy was still alive was because he was wearing a helmet. But after such a blow, the metal had caved in, forcing the struck cheek to keep an unnatural shape. In any case, after a slap like that, the crazed pirate was barely conscious and his grip holding the weapon became loose, letting the blaster slide down to the ground with a metallic noise that jolted him awake. "Error, you miserable vermin. You have no idea of the crime you have just committed. If you want to be spared, you'd better let me go right now. Give me the 3 women, and I can even reward you." The pirate started braying with all his heart like a calf at the slaughterhouse, but a damn C.O.C.KY calf considering his predicament. Unluckily for him, because the deformity of the helmet had also compressed his jaw, he had some problems to articulate and his voice was distant and unclear as if he was talking to them through a tube. Jake wasn't the type to take pleasure in abusing anyone, but the pirate's mouth was just too vile. Luckily, he didn't need to get his hands dirty a second time. Sarah and the 2 sisters had arrived in the meantime and had heard everything. "Rascal," Essia shouted with a flushed face after struggling for several seconds to find the worst insult in her repertoire. Jake and the others barely refrained from guffawing at her cuteness. As for Sarah and Enya, they directly pounced on him and viciously kicked him in his private parts. The 3 cousins had to intervene to prevent them from going too far. Still, after this beating, the insolent pirate had lost his arrogance, and he alternately looked at the 2 women with a deeply traumatized expression. 2 devils. After only 2 ordeals, these 2 refined and educated women had turned into ruthless savages. Meanwhile, Sarah was still sulking like a child, refusing to speak to him. Faced with the contradictions of her character, Jake couldn't help but feel helpless. Now that the crazy pirate had calmed down, the next steps were much simpler. Jake scanned him with his senses, then his bracelet, and immediately found several discrepancies. His fluid organ and the meridians connected to it were indeed atrophied, confirming Enya's hypothesis. But above all, he could see that it was still shrinking. The neurons were also inflamed, in a way typically found in victims of head trauma or mental degeneration. However, there was something even more shocking to discover. This pirate was already a living dead. Almost all of his vital organs were failing or irreparably damaged. In particular, his right kidney and left lung had completely disappeared, filled instead with a disgusting scar substance. Intrigued, he zoomed in on the organs in question, including the one in charge of collecting the fluid to receive an even more detailed report, and he finally got a clue. Fluid Squire Core LVL1. Initially LVL6, the fluid ACCU by this native was gradually devoured by parasitic presences, both physical and metaphysical. These parasites are no longer present, but considering the severity of the symptoms, the supernatural presence has left its host only a few minutes ago. When Jake read the end of the report, his expression changed drastically. His immediate response was to scan the entire pirate shuttle, but like the previous time, the report quickly lost accuracy beyond a few meters. The ambient fluid fluctuations interfere too strongly with the functions of the Oracle device. Without finding better solutions, I am afraid I will be useless during this ordeal. She apologized in an embarrassed tone. Like everyone else, she did not like to feel useless. There's no need to worry yet. I found it, Jake declared while directing his glance towards an inconspicuous holographic panel at the front of the Sisik pit. His comrades gazed in the same direction, but they saw nothing but a perfectly normal Sisik pit. To be frank, Jake did not discern anything either, but by injecting his spirit body into his own fluid core, he had detected something. It was indistinct, more a gut instinct than a real observation, but he was absolutely sure of himself. With the fluid largely predominating over ether in this world, the ether vision provided by their Oracle device was useless, but it just meant he had to play by new rules. Murtharian eyes. Golden and silvery starlight began to swirl deep inside his pupils, giving the illusion that they were housing two galaxies. The world miraculously changed under Jake's gaze, unveiling all its secrets. This fluid was truly a fluid. When he activated his bloodline skill, he felt as if he had been immersed in an energy-rich liquid full of unfathomable mysteries. Contrary to ether, which existed in parallel, as it was neither truly energy nor matter, this fluid was clearly palpable. This energy could be felt, and for those aware of it, it was also viscous enough to be considered as matter. And hidden in the middle of this fluid sea lurked a disgusting creature evoking fear and disgust. It was not very big, the size of a 3-year-old child, but it looked like a strange jellyfish whose mushroom would have been crowned with a jagged Usakanji organ. There was a ghostly blackish glow floating in the middle of its translucent body, and as Jake peered at it, he felt he was being peered back. These spectral bodies clearly lacked stability, shifting from intangible to material form multiple times per second. With this ability, this monster probably had no difficulty crossing walls. It could be considered as a fluid ghost. Without a doubt, he had found a first culprit. But once discovered, this ghost was no longer so threatening. Jake bent his knees and raised his feet. The next instant, he was slashing his blazing machete at the monster. A banshee's shriek almost shattered their eardrums as the creature was slit vertically in half. It had definitely felt that blow. For a short second, Jake thought he had dealt with it, but once the blade was removed, the two halves of the ghost came together again as if nothing had happened. Without hesitation, Jake struck again, an aura of overwhelming heat exploding out of him. Boom! The holographic panel whose base was out of steel was cut in two and started to catch fire. The hologram was extinguished and the metal underneath started to glow and melt. All this in the blink of an eye. His companions were dumbfounded when they suddenly saw their leader go about destroying everything as he struck an imaginary enemy, but none of them were fools. With a gut feeling, Kyle activated his golden eyes, and his eyes lit up like 2 car headlights in the middle of the night. I see them. He found a second fluid ghost a few meters away from him and moving eerily close to Daniel, who had no idea what was going on. Beware, Kyle shouted to warn him. Daniel didn't feel anything special, but he took the warning seriously. Instinctively, he dived back and rolled to the ground to distance himself. He pointed his assault rifle in front of him with great alertness, but apart from his friends looking at him worriedly, there was still nothing there. Boom. Haha. I finally whacked that filthy thing. Jake chuckled a little further on, putting away his machete. On his way back to them, he saw Kyle needlessly grinding his sword against a second fluid ghost and the rest of his comrades standing there watching him, as if he was a psychiatric patient who had forgotten to take his pill. This monster does not fear material attacks in its intangible form and can reconnect his body without difficulty with the fluid in which he is bathing. If you don't have energy-type ether skills, you can also annihilate it with a spiritual attack. Kyle displayed an enlightened expression, and his spirit body expanded brutally, forming a low-magnitude mental shock wave. His spirit was the weakest in the group, but against a barely sentient fluid ghost of this level it was enough. Moreover, the creature was less than a meter away and took the full brunt of the impact. The fluid ghost exploded immediately with a shrill wail of agony. A sort of blackish ectoplasmic liquid that everyone could see this time splashed onto the ground under the blown-up specter. The rest of the group then realized that Jake and Kyle were not crazy and that invisible monsters had been in the same room with them all along. Kyle quickly picked up his loot, and Jake did the same. After collecting everything there was to pick up, he turned to the others and explained. To perceive these monsters, deploy your mental strength by first passing it through your fluid core. I thought the absence of ether was a handicap, but it seems that this ordeal is fair. You can even take advantage of this change. So that's where my feeling of being spied on unknowingly came from. I had been feeling uncomfortable since we arrived in that shuttle. Kevin said, smelling the air as if he understood something. Good, I can smell these things. He didn't have Jake and Kyle's Murtharian or golden eyes, but he had his own trump cards. Werebear's sense of smell was not to be underestimated. After eliminating these two threats, the group once again examined the captured pirates, this time taking care to consider the fluid plane. In the end, 4 more pirates were determined to have been recently infected. The fluid ghost culprits were usually not far away, and they purged the rest of the shuttle in a matter of minutes. With Jake, Kyle, and Kevin pinpointing them, these monsters were just too weak, and even Tim and Lily's mental attacks could overcome them. About 10 minutes later, the group joined Will and the kids at the shuttle entrance, and they set off again without wasting any time to the command room. Chapter 383, I want to go back to bed. The thick metal door blocking access to compartment A was still standing in their way, but Jake no longer intended to play it polite. He drove his glowing claws into the metal gate, accelerated his ether core's rotation, and a discharge of heat from his hands liquefied the door in an instant. It wasn't the first time his comrades had witnessed this magical feat, but it was as impressive as ever. It was important to know that because of the ether densities rising, their bodies were barely superior to those of the natives. Without the Murtharian body faction skill, and for some their bloodline, they would have had nothing to be special physically. At best, they could be considered remarkably athletic. The problem was that these natives were not mere humans. The fluid core in the hollow of their glabella was absorbing the ambient fluid whether they were aware of it or not, and that made a big difference. Although these pirates appeared helpless in the face of Jake and his cousins, their strength and agility was clearly not something that a normal human could have matched. More importantly, these pirates weren't even aware of their fluid core, let alone the fluid all around them. Their physical and martial skills were no more than what could be achieved with conventional physical and skill training, and that meant that such a level of prowess was attainable by any passenger. The conclusion to be drawn was rather embarrassing. Without bloodlines specializing in physical attributes, there was nothing special about their bodies. In particular, women and children of smaller stature could definitely be outclassed in pure strength if the opponent in front turned out to be much heavier and more muscular than they were. To dominate these natives, even the most ordinary, they would have to rely on their fighting expertise and ether skills. Except that with the near total conversion of ether to fluid, their ether skills had been severely nerfed. With the exception of Jake, almost everyone in their group had been severely crippled. The only ones whose fighting potential were not impaired at all was Kevin and to a lesser extent Vincent. Of course, it was only under the condition that they were not hiding their true faculties. Once the door was completely melted down, Jake walked indifferently through it, forming a telekinetic umbrella so as not to dirty his armor. When the molten metal cooled down, it could be terribly annoying to wash. "What are you waiting for? We don't have all day," Jake yelled when he saw that his companions hadn't moved and were staring at him with a dumb look on their faces. It was only after he shouted at them that they came to their senses and ran after him. With the door destroyed, their progress was unhindered. In fact, they were surprised that there were no souls around. Since this area was reserved for the military personnel of the Titan Pearl, they were expecting to encounter many soldiers on duty, but they did not. Instead, the corridors were desolate, and a deadly silence reigned. After passing through a series of corridors and a few stairs, Jake found dried blood on one of the walls. The nearby camera had also been sprayed. However, he did not find any dead bodies. "Will," Jake called out to him with a meaningful look. At once, the businessman immediately trotted over to Kevin, who was carrying one of the gagged pirates on his shoulder, and started doing his thing, whispering to him in a hypnotic voice. Within seconds, the pirate spilled the beans. "We stole 17 shuttles to get away to this place," the man confessed with an empty look, as if lost in some kind of trance. If nothing had happened to them, they should, like us, have successfully boarded the rest of the ship. Jake stroked his chin pensively, but he didn't linger too long in useless reflections. All that had to remember was that the whole ship was under siege. No wonder there were no soldiers to greet them. Jake and his group set off again, this time speeding up the pace, and soon they heard screams and gunfire. They started hurrying, and seconds later they landed in a hallway where a fight between two groups was raging in a meeting room. There were so many pirates trying to enter the meeting room to participate in the festivities that those at the tail end of the herd overflowed into the corridor, completely barring their access. As they got a little closer, the nearest pirates were alerted, but Jake also got a glimpse of what was going on in that room. The huge metal meeting table inside the room had long since been riddled with bullets and had broken in half. The furniture had been knocked over and then used to form emergency defenses. 5 soldiers were holding out at the back of the room against a score of pirates, but 2 of them were already unconscious, their condition unknown. At this point, the pirate in the lead pointed his blaster at the soldiers, closing one eye for better aiming, and he pulled the trigger twice in a row. Bang! Bang! 2 heads exploded immediately. FUCKNG pirates. What gave you the guts to come up against the Titan Pearl? A soldier with a scar on his face exploded with rage as he pointed a heavy machine gun at a group of invaders. The moment before, his last 2 comrades had been headshot by the enemy. He was now alone against all. Jake wasn't the altruistic type and couldn't care less about these soldiers, but it turned out that these pirate morons were blocking his way. As a consequence, the surviving soldier was also a pain in the ass, as the majority of his stray bullets were literally cutting the hallway in half, forming a wall of bullets. Ta-da-da-da-ta-da. A barrage of plasma fire began to bombard the pirates without regard for the consequences, and Jake was forced to spread his arms wide to prevent his comrades from rushing in pointlessly. The lagging pirates who were foolishly trying to enter the meeting room dived to the side in a hurry to avoid the plasma burst, but of course this meant that some of them rolled straight to the feet of Jake and his group. The 2 pirates who had already spotted them and were about to shoot at them were shoved by their allies and fell flat on their faces miserably. When they tried to get up, Jake and Kevin's hard knees were the last thing they saw before falling into a coma. The other pirates, who were still in shock after surviving the machine gun fire, then discovered their 2 unconscious comrades and this new group of mismatched-looking individuals. Then, they stared again at their 2 stunned comrades and noticed the 7-centimeter deep crater replacing the nose of these 2 pirates, and they paled with terror. Drawing in a cold breath of air, they bounced back as if they had just stepped on a spring and momentarily forgot about the heavy fire behind them. Ta-ta-da. Error. The furthest back pirate stepped back 1 step too far and was instantly riddled with bullets. These plasma shots created huge holes of cauterized flesh in his body, and he died instantly. Jake was about to ask the survivors to surrender when they all pointed their guns at him and opened fire. Yawning again, he erected a new force field that effortlessly intercepted all the projectiles. The red plasma bullets frozen in the air were then delicately controlled by his mind and converged towards his wide, open mouth. With a slight SUCKNG sound, the incandescent plasma disappeared inside, traveling directly to his stomach. Jake then tapped his belly twice with a full expression and let out a mocking burp. It was too much for these pirates. That was the last straw that broke the camel's back, and their hearts were instantly drowned in terror. A first pirate shrieked in fear and without hesitation abandoned his comrades. With the first deserter, there was a second, and soon all the pirates in the corridor began rushing with all their might in the opposite direction, leaving their comrades still in the meeting room in the dark. "Hey, you bunch of shitheads, what the hell are you doing? Come back, we need you." A pirate hiding behind a table fragment started insulting them furiously when he saw their rear guard running loose. Ta-ta-ta. And meanwhile, the surviving soldier was still shooting like a madman, determined to trade his life for as many of theirs as possible. Alas, his ammunition was not unlimited, and what was bound to happen happened. Click, click. Realizing that he had just run out of bullets and that, except for a few corpses, all the pirates were safe behind the table and chair scraps they had piled up in a makeshift barricade, the soldier sighed resolutely. He had totally failed to avenge the death of his troops. Still, that did not prevent him from clenching his teeth as he pulled out a long serrated knife from his belt. He was ready to give it a try, charging blindly to stab one last bastard. But the moment his heavy machine gun stopped spewing plasma was exactly the signal that Jake and the others were waiting to burst into the room as well. Less than a second after the soldier ran out of bullets, Sarah, who was tired of being passive, stormed into the room before everyone else, shoving Jake aside, and began to slaughter the surviving pirates with her sword without mercy. Enya and Essia's fireballs arrived just afterwards, incinerating the pirates who were about to shoot with impeccable accuracy. A smell of barbecue quickly filled the room. The soldier, flabbergasted, unconsciously dropped his weapon and stared at the new arrivals with a bewildered expression. It was too many twists and turns in one day. He just wanted to go back to bed. Chapter 384 Fluid Wielder. After the meticulous and efficient slaughter of the pirates by the three young women, the soldier panicked and immediately picked up his heavy machine gun to attempt one last bluff. He knew full well that with a knife, his chances of survival were practically nil if these newcomers turned out to be enemies. Once silence was restored to the room, Jake and the others entered in turn to admire the extent of the carnage while pinching their noses. Jake, in particular, glanced at Sarah in exasperation after she had jostled him a few seconds earlier. She now had her back straight, her chin up, and a lofty posture full of nobility and ludicrous arrogance like a proud kid who scored a 20-20 on a test. Maybe she was hoping for congratulations, or at least some kind of admiring reaction from him. But he had absolutely no intention of giving her satisfaction. Instead, Jake ignored her as she did, reflecting her attitude back to her like a mirror. He then turned to the surviving soldier with curiosity. Faced with Jake's intense gaze, the veteran's heart almost missed a beat. While he was already considered tall with his 2.02 m, the giant in front of him was 2 heads taller. His muscles were perfectly proportioned, and his gaze had something deeply intimidating, as if he was staring at a predator. Who the fuck are you? Those were the first words the surviving soldier stammered after seeing this group of strangers exterminate the space pirate squad without any effort. Although his heavy machine gun was completely depleted, he was pointing it at them while sweating profusely. It was a bluff, but until he knew their true intentions, it was unfortunately his only recourse. Pirates were notorious for killing and conspiring against each other, even on the scale of a single crew. As unlikely as it was that these newcomers were pirates, it was still a very plausible scenario. Seeing the soldier with a face full of scars pointing his gun at them, Jake simply clenched his empty fist, and the barrel of the heavy machine gun instantly twisted into a corkscrew tail. Seeing this feat of strength, the soldier turned noticeably paler and let out a wry smile reluctantly. Aware that he was at the mercy of these individuals, he tossed his weapon on the ground and raised his hands in the air. No need to be afraid. We are on the same side. Jake soothed him with a friendly smile. As proof, he found the ID papers in his space storage and floated them up to the soldier's face. Always with his hands in the air, the soldier read the printed information with doubts and relaxed visibly as he recognized the consortium stamp. Such an official paper was difficult to falsify, and it meant that Jake and his group were truly passengers. Once reassured, the soldier abandoned his fears and abruptly changed his attitude. Please, can you save them? He hurried to bring them to his 2 unconscious colleagues. The first had been shot in the throat while the second had been shot in the femoral artery and lost a lot of blood. Jake inspected the 2 soldiers at a glance and shook his head with a sorry expression. The one who took the bullet in the throat is already dead, but his spirit is still there. He explained in a neutral tone. The second one is still alive, but he has lost a lot of blood. The surviving soldier displayed a sad face when he heard the first sentence, but he suddenly got goosebumps as he understood the implications. SPI spirit. Jake remained silent for a few moments, staring at a corner of the room, and nodded. Perhaps because the ether density was high or because of the fluid's properties, but the electrical and quantum fluctuations in the brains of the deceased had not dissipated. However, they were deteriorating rapidly as the persistent fluctuations became more and more fragmented. Because they had not awakened their extrasensory perception and their spirit body and soul were not stabilized, they were unable to do anything at this time, and their minds were unable to prevent their degradation. Nevertheless, if the integrity of their personalities and memories were deteriorating, their spiritual fluctuations would quickly gain in intensity as they absorbed the ambient fluid. Within a few hours, if their memories were complete enough, their minds would stabilize and they too would become a kind of fluid ghost. Regrettably, this fluid did not seem as pure and neutral as ether. Clearly, the unstable spirits of the deceased seemed to be corrupted by this new energy, and they had already lost their instinctive human form. Eventually, Jake would not be at all surprised if these fluid ghosts became as evil and bizarre as those they had faced earlier. It was an alarming discovery. If all the deceased in this universe turned into fluid ghosts when they died, it was a pure miracle that their societies had not been annihilated by killing each other. He had seen what these monsters could do to perfectly healthy humans. The only conclusion to be drawn for the moment was that there must be hidden forces acting in the shadows to stem this threat. Instead of responding to the shocked soldier, Jake simply sent a rain of spiritual arrows into the unstable minds of the deceased to dispel the future fluid ghosts. The soldier was unable to feel the fluid or ether, but he immediately felt his mood improve after his intervention. Jake then knelt next to the second unconscious soldier and gave him a few sips of rank 6 digester blood, then pressed his hand against the soldier's THIGH and concentrated all the energy of his ether core into his hand by activating his ether conversion skill. His hand then began to glow with a bewitching emerald light that only his comrades could see, and the victim's artery began to regenerate at a glance. With his other hand, and with the help of his telekinesis, he performed emergency surgery and sutures to reconnect the femoral artery, muscles and skin cauterized by the blaster shot. Of course, the miracle came mainly from Digester's blood. Jake alone could never have produced such a result on his own. A few minutes later, the soldier was stabilized and he was finally able to move on. "Let's go. We've wasted too much time already," Jake said coolly, and his companions who hadn't said a word hastened after him. The soldier was grateful, but was unsure how to deal with such a scary group. Still, he knew how to recognize an opportunity when it presented itself, and gritting his teeth, he picked up his dead colleague's blaster and ran after them. "Sir, are you a fluid wielder?" The veteran immediately fawned over with enthusiasm. "Eh, what?" Jake growled indifferently, as if he was dealing with a fly that was a little too clingy. "A fluid wielder," the soldier repeated without taking offense. "One of those exceptional beings able to connect to the fluid of the universe, and thanks to this obtain incomparable powers. Well, I guess I can be considered one of those people," Jake replied in an evasive tone. Whether it was the abilities he had shown or those of Sarah and the two sisters, they had already proven that they were superhuman in many ways. On the other hand, contradicting the soldier would be a waste of time and could even backfire. It was much more reasonable to agree with him. As the group rushed to the command room, the scarred soldier asked them all sorts of questions about the fluid wielders, and they soon realized that this guy was just a hardcore fan of these mythological individuals whom he seemed to admire with a reverence bordering on the moronic fanaticism. Jake and the others answered each time as evasively and succinctly as possible, but by asking questions in turn they also learned more about these fluid users. Most of the people in this universe had atrophied fluid core or no fluid core at all, which greatly compromised their chance of successfully connecting to the fluid. Fluid was, in their view, an energy formed from the primordial energy of the universe, but also the thoughts and emotions of every living being. In essence, it resembled ether, except that the fluid was much less pure and its effects much more palpable and perceptible. The more sensitive a fluid wielder was to the fluid, the easier it was to connect to and use it, but also to be influenced by it. Fluid wielders had to undergo extensive training before being allowed to connect directly to the fluid, But even without reaching this level, passive absorption of the fluid could extend life expectancy, sharpen the senses, nourish the body and mind, and make one tireless. Unlike ether, which was only usable by spiritually evolved life forms, the fluid benefited everyone, and its energy and effects were detectable by conventional technologies. Many technologies and weapons were powered by the fluid, and even in everyday life normal people came in contact with this energy on a regular basis. The Consortium Inquisitors were part of a special order of fluid wielders and were supposedly comprised of the most formidable warriors of the Six Brotherhoods. Even a fluid user would flee rather than confront them. During this informative exchange, Jake and his group exterminated 2 more pirate squads and saved 5 more soldiers who gladly joined their ranks. At last, a few minutes later, after taking a final elevator ride, the group of fighters finally reached their destination and an apocalyptic sight unfolded before them. Chapter 385 Intimidation. The command room was shaped like an 8 with one loop, much narrower than the other. The smaller section served both as a monitoring and control room. It was filled with screens relaying live video from the cameras, but also many key parameters of the Titan Pearl, such as the oxygen level or the internal temperature of the ship. From this room, the automated doors could be locked or unlocked remotely, and damaged portions of the ship could be sealed with a single click. All decisions concerning the Titan Pearl and its passengers were made here. The second section, paradoxically larger, was an outrageously spacious cockpit. The enormous armored glass surrounding this cockpit gave a direct view of the space and accentuated this impression of immensity. The solid or holographic control panels present were simply used to pilot the Titan Pearl. The rare screens relayed information coming from outside, and it was also here that the intergalactic communications were carried out. These 2 rooms could have appeared normal at first glance, except that a subtle detail had occurred which transformed the surroundings. A pirate shuttle had directly crashed in the armored glass of the cockpit. The catastrophic consequences of this incident were without surprises. Although the pirate landing had been perfectly controlled and had not led to a depressurization of the cockpit, it had devastated the command room to an unimaginable extent. The prow of the shuttle had penetrated almost as far as the 8-second loop where the surveillance screens were located and had destroyed everything in its path, like an unstoppable battering ram. The soldiers present sufficiently SENSIDIV had just enough time to dive to the side or to fall back, but for all the others it had signed their death warrant. All the furniture and officers still present in the psych pit had been reduced to mush, and their corpses had flown all the way to the far end of the room to crash miserably on the opposite walls, forming a firework of blood and guts. Just after a screeching sound, an opening had appeared in the unwelcome shuttle, and a tide of pirates had poured out of it. Those survivors who had barely recovered from their shock were immediately submerged, and most of them were butchered in a matter of seconds. However, it was not the command room for nothing. General Shanmin and her senior officers were also in the surveillance room at the time of the invasion, and each of them were formidable warriors. With few exceptions, they had all survived. If Jake and his group could exterminate a shuttle of terrified pirates without the slightest effort, there was no doubt that the hardened veterans of the Titan Pearl were also capable of it. These pirates had been wiped out in minutes, and could only blame their bad luck. A.V. Shanmin, in particular, who was already in a dark mood, had used these cannon fodder as an outlet and single-handedly eliminated 3/4 of the pirates. Jake and his group arrived just in time to witness the beheading of the last pirate. As dramatic and bloody as the scene was, it wasn't enough for Jake and the others to call it apocalyptic. Even if there had been 10 times as many bodies, it wouldn't have made them flinch more than that. So why were they all so shocked with such gloomy expressions? In 3 words, incoming pirate mothership. Through the still intact piece of armored glass, an even more massive star cruiser than the Titan Pearl was eerily approaching them, as silent as a ghost. The hull of the pirate ship had been painted a blood-red color to look like some kind of monster with its jaws wide open. In that wide-open jaw was a long cannon, and a blinding light was rapidly mulating at the end of this tube. The pirate ship could fire at any moment. Upon hearing Jake and the others arrive, A.V. Shanmin, whose teeth could be heard rattling in fury, turned to them with a ferocious, beastly look. Perhaps because of her sense of powerlessness or fury, She immediately viewed them as enemies. Die! The young woman dashed towards them at such a speed that for the weaker ones it felt almost like teleportation. The black metal tube in her hand suddenly extended to form a huge saber of the same color, and she brought it down on them. A halo of grayish light enveloped the blade, and an ultrasonic hum followed along with every movement of the weapon. It was clearly a murderous and sinister weapon. Everything that would be cut by this monstrosity would die in an instant. And of all the people it could have chosen to attack, it had to be Jake, her first target. Fuck, seriously? Jake cursed her inwardly as he hastily raised his own machete to parry. Clang! The ground under his feet caved in on impact, and a gust of wind swept what was left of the room. As for Avi Shawnman, she remained suspended in the air with a shocked expression, her weapon clashing against Jake's. You're not a pirate, she suddenly realized in disbelief. Bam! The young woman's body folded in half as she took a monstrous kick. A distinct shock wave resounded this time, and the Titan Pearl's general took off like a rocket towards new skies. Jake had kicked her hard enough to send her into orbit. Except that there was a metal ceiling in her path, followed by the thick shielding of the ship. A light crater formed in the ceiling, and her body fell pitifully, like a failed pancake peeling off from the wrong place. Seeing the frail body of the young woman fall back to the ground, then remaining curled up and cramped like a shrimp suffering from a vicious gastro, even Jake felt bad somewhat. But he swept away his guilt with a thought. She had it coming. What a shitty idea to mistake him for a pirate. The most amusing reaction was from her officers, and especially from the bearded man who had warned her earlier about her behavior. Who would have thought that karma would strike so quickly? A heavy silence settled in the room where the survivors of both groups continued to observe each other, barely daring to breathe. Still, there were exceptions. Seeing the young woman gradually regain her composure, he saw her trembling fingers flailing in search of the metal tube, again extinguished, acting as her weapon. Jake didn't let her do so. With a wave, the tube floated to his hand, and he cracked a smile. It's mine now, in memory of our meeting, he said shamelessly. Avi, who was still having trouble breathing and was still wincing in pain, turned reddish-violet hearing his excuse and almost fainted in anger. It was the first time she had ever suffered such a setback. With trembling arms, she took a deep breath and grabbed a second tube from her belt, longer but also thinner. She then pointed it at him like a wand, and a dark, heavy energy quickly built up at its end, a bit like the cannon of the pirate ship holding the Titan Pearl at gunpoint. She kept her wand pointed at him, her arm trembling and her teeth clenched in frustration, but she didn't dare to fire. Who are you? She asked curtly, hoping to restore her image in front of her officers. Sadly, it was a complete failure. After saying these 3 words, her eyes rolled back briefly, and she almost knocked herself to the ground. If the bearded officer hadn't caught her in time, she would have definitely hurt herself. Amused and certainly not feeling any guilt, Jake shrugged while keeping his smile. Alas, the pirate ship cannon, still charging in his field of vision, reminded him of the gravity of the situation. We are passengers on the Titan Pearl, he explained in earnest this time. We noticed that communications had been cut off, so we went here to try to get more information. In the meantime, the Titan Pearl was boarded by these pirates, and we killed our way here, rescuing a few soldiers along the way. As proof, he showed his identity papers and the 6 soldiers accompanying their group. Recognizing some of these faces, the general of the Titan Pearl had to face the facts. Oh, so it was all a misunderstanding. Avi Shawnman could be shameless too. She gave the other officers a glare so that they would laugh with her, and soon nervous laughter erupted in the room, though it didn't really ease the awkward tension. Once the introductions were made, Avi accepted her fate. She despised the weak and worshipped the strong. After Jake's performance, she was still angry with him, but she was also extremely admiring. Just as Jake was about to ask if they had heard anything about the rest of the ship, the previously non-functional Titan Pearl's communications suddenly sizzled, and an elderly voice echoed throughout the ship. Even passengers who knew nothing in their cabins were startled when they heard this ominous voice. This is Emiwan Gimak, more eerily known as the captain of the Red Eels. My ship is currently pointing a dark matter cannon at the Titan Pearl. Some deserters have fled from my crew and have taken a legal refuge on your ship. We would like to recover them to grant them the punishment they deserve. That's why I'm requesting clearance to land. We will leave as soon as justice is done. In case of refusal, in order to guarantee that none of these criminals commit the slightest evil, we will be forced to use more radical means. I'll give you an hour to think it over. Chapter 386. Let them board us. After the pirate captain's ultimatum, a leaden silence descended over the command room again, or at least what was left of it. Yet the reactions of the other passengers were of a completely different nature. Just seconds after the end of the enemy leader's speech, general panic spread like wildfire throughout the Pearl Titan. The petite woman officiating as the ship's general bore a horrified expression and began to shiver all over her body. Even though communications had been cut off, she could already imagine the chaotic outcome that this speech would trigger. As for Jake and the other players of the Titan Pearl, they were expressionless. Some may have felt fear or excitement, but for most it was just like the adrenaline rush that precedes a skydiving jump. They knew that what was coming next was risky, but they couldn't help but look forward to it. How did he get control of the ship's communications? Jake recklessly pulled the young general out of her torment. I thought it was the electromagnetic storm that was jamming communications. This was indeed what he had deduced, for lack of a better suggestion. But the pirate ship's demonstration had just proved to them that communicating at distance was not impossible in this storm. On hearing his question, the young woman blinked several times with a puzzled face. Then, as she was pondering over this mystery, her eyes regained their usual smugness and confidence. So, Jake added in a neutral tone, trying not to rush her any further, at the risk of shattering her fragile confidence. The storm is definitely responsible for our communication issues, but AV paused to briefly probe the faces of the other officers present. The old bearded officer seemed to understand the message and nodded discreetly, but not discreetly enough. But, Jake repeated impatiently, but it shouldn't have affected the ship's internal communications. She finally spilled the beans. The ship's hull is protected by an energy shield capable of intercepting cosmic radiation and anything that poses a risk to the integrity of the ship and its passengers. This storm is not normal, and there is surely a fluid grandmaster involved, but the ship's defenses are supposed to anticipate this kind of threat. The only plausible hypothesis is that we were sabotaged or hacked. The ease with which the pirates took control of the sound amplifiers strongly supports this thesis. An infiltrated mole on board? MMM. Jake scratched his chin thoughtfully. The players could be involved depending on their character and the secondary missions they were given, but sabotaging such a ship would probably have alerted the soldiers. Since the Titan Pearl was already suffering from an anomaly, it was more logical to think that the ship had been hacked or sabotaged before they came out of hypersleep. However, this only applied to the initial anomaly that led to their early awakening. It was absolutely possible that one or more traitors had been present on board from the start, but it was also possible that some players with questionable morals had been put on the side of the pirates. At the very least, Jake was quite sure that Yerode and Lamine would not have disavowed such a role. It was in keeping with their character and lack of ethics. Even though he had been lucky so far, he was well aware that statistically all of these participants could not be good people. There were bound to be a few criminals or delinquents among them. Let's say we were sabotaged. How do these hackers get in touch with us remotely? Will intervened while putting his glasses back on. He had become so used to not wearing them anymore that he felt uncomfortable about having to wear them again and consequently blinked excessively. A.V. Seanmin glanced disdainfully at the frail nerd, who had the same stilted and pompous look as her officers, but faced with the evil gaze of the three cousins, she swallowed her saliva. Logically, this should be impossible for a star cruiser, but their ship was obviously modified. She answered with sincerity. There are only two solutions to overcome the interference generated by this storm. Either they have a long-range antenna designed by a talented fluid architect, or they have a fluid wielder of master level or higher on board. The second option is more likely. Why this? Because the technologies harnessing the fluid's power are based on the use of fluid cores. To build such an antenna, you would need at least 100 master-level fluid cores. Jake and the others darkened as they listened to this revelation. According to the general, all fluid-based technology was built over a mountain of corpses. Faced with their disgusted and shocked expressions, A.V. Seanmin and the other officers flashed funny faces. Don't tell me you didn't know that. You learn that in kindergarten, and it has always been a sacred honor for the dead. Will opened his mouth and then closed it again, not finding a suitable excuse. But Jake next door couldn't care less. Their appearances were dubious, and their questions had already raised many doubts among the soldiers present. Having already defeated the general, Jake felt that one more or less question wouldn't make much difference. How strong is a fluid master or grandmaster? He asked with a deadpan face. Upon hearing his question, all the officers were greatly shocked, including the old, bearded man. This kind of knowledge was part of the general culture of the Six Brotherhoods. Unless he had lived in a cave like a hermit all his life, it was impossible not to know this. I am a fluid knight. Avi explained concisely with growing doubts. Based on the level of the fluid core, fluid users are categorized from weakest to strongest as fluid acolyte, fluid disciple, fluid squire, fluid knight, fluid adept, fluid master, and fluid grandmaster. You defeated me effortlessly, but don't think you can take on a fluid master or grandmaster. They're on a whole different level. Although I don't understand how your body can be so strong without emitting any fluid fluctuations, it won't be enough. Jake scoffed inwardly. If she thought he had used all his strength, she was sadly mistaken. Subconsciously, he rose himself directly to the level of a fluid master. As for the mysterious fluid grandmaster, he would have to meet them first. Although based on the auras of the consortium inquisitors, they must have been monstrously strong. Rather than start in a sterile debate, the bearded officer took advantage of this lull to immediately refocus the subject on the present emergency. General Shanman, about the Red Eel's ultimatum, what do we do? He humbly asked with a slight bow. The young woman was caught off guard when she recalled their circumstances. Looking at her watch, she realized that a quarter of an hour had already passed. Because communications had been cut off, they had no way to gauge the panic on board, and they had almost forgotten about the pirate ship outside. What if we retaliated? She valiantly proposed in an akimbo stance. The old officer shook his head and threw a forlorn look towards the devastated sick pit behind them. How did the young woman intend to pilot this ship to return fire without any control commands? It was the enigma of the century. Luckily, she wasn't so dumb and immediately realized the problem. Isn't there a second control room for these kinds of scenarios? Avi exclaimed with a victorious expression as if she had just came up with a great idea. Where the hell did we end up? Is that kid really running this ship? That's what Jake and the others thought, including most of the soldiers and officers present, but they were careful not to break her delusion. As usual, they left the honor to the old, bearded officer, who sighed in exasperation but still accepted his fate. It is indeed the case, but it is too late to arm the Titan Pearl. He argued in a reasonable tone. The dark matter cannon is already loaded and ready to fire. If the slightest suspicious movement is attempted, the pirates will open fire immediately. Moreover, the model of their ship has superior armor and weaponry to ours. It's better to play by their rules. Far from admitting defeat, the young general proposed a dozen alternative plans, each more unlikely than the last. All these plans resulted in the total destruction of the pirates and their ship. The most daring plan even ended grandiosely by taking control of the enemy mother ship without any casualties. After a while, Jake could not stand it anymore and ended the torture for the sake of everyone. Let the pirates board us. He offered serenely. Our ship is damaged, theirs is intact. We can't escape, so we might as well let them in. Until proven otherwise, we eliminated the first wave of pirates effortlessly, so we can at least see what they have to say. Even if they try to take control of the ship, as long as the passengers are safe, we should be able to eliminate the threat. The ideal would be to capture a major pirate, preferably their captain, whom they are not willing to sacrifice. That will put us safe from their cannon. The young general stared at him for a long time after hearing his plan, as if she was trying to poke him dead with her eyes for having found that perfect plan before her. Maybe she was hoping he would look away, but Jake just yawned with a bored expression. Eventually, she accepted the plan. The silent officers breathed a sigh of relief, and the Titan Pearl's crew immediately set to work, preparing to welcome their future guests. Chapter 387, Saving a Ghost. In the hour before the pirate delegation arrived, the Titan Pearl was in turmoil, with every soldier and players still alive sinking to the task, like an anthill overflowing with vitality. Now that Jake knew that the communications had probably been sabotaged from the inside, the procedure was extremely simple. As long as the culprit wasn't a player with a higher Oracle rank than Jake, finding him was a breeze. In a few minutes of frantic chases through the corridors of the Titan Pearl, where Jake sprinted at a dizzying speed that threatened the integrity of the ship, he arrived in front of a passenger cabin on the first floor. The Titan Pearl's first floor was close to the hull of the stellar battleship and normally inaccessible to the public. It was an area reserved for the technical personnel of the ship, and the activities of repairs and maintenance were carried out there. It was also the floor giving access to the lower hangar where quite a few shuttles and other vehicles for the colonization of Riva II were parked. When Jake stopped in front of this cabin a few meters from the lower hangar, he immediately sensed that something was wrong. He did not have the overdeveloped sense of smell of his cousin Kevin, but his perception was still decent. Although that door was sparkling, it smelled like blood. It was faint, but still noticeable. Without hesitation, he contracted his muscles and slammed the door open with a punch. When he burst into the room, an intense smell of hemoglobin whiffed up his nostrils together with a foul odor of putrefaction. As he scanned the room, he found a corpse in a pitiful state, but still fresh. The murder had taken place very recently. It was the corpse of an elderly man whose eyes had been gouged out and whose body was covered with lacerations. This victim had clearly been tortured. What was most disturbing, however, was that the corpse was hung from the ceiling light in his room, not with a rope, but with his own intestines. The scene was so gory that even someone as impassive as Jake felt like throwing up. Last but not least, the victim had no fluid organ. Not because it was too atrophied to be detected, but because it had been forcibly removed from him. The hole in the skull of the corpse was the most obvious evidence. Having recently learned of the value and multiple uses of a fluid core, he was not at all surprised that the organ had been removed after the assassination. It was probably a common practice in this universe. Repressing his revulsion, Jake's face twitched in disgust, and pinching his nose, he tried to calmly explore the rest of the room. After meticulously scanning the room with his mental strength, he breathed a distraught sigh. He had found no conclusive clues. No diary, no communications, not even a computer or a smartphone containing a few personal files. Of course, he didn't know if these natives used this type of technology, but it was quite likely. Undeterred, he then scanned the room with his bracelet. When he ran the scan energy through his fluid core, he discovered that the scan range was much greater, regaining almost a kilometer of range. Again, his expression sank when he got the scan result. No fingerprints other than the corpses in the premises. There was, however, one interesting piece of information. The victim had died less than 15 minutes ago. It was, however, a very weak clue if he hoped to identify the real mastermind. Frustrated by his unsuccessful efforts, Jake stood still for a long time, trying to think outside the box in an attempt to find a clue that his Oracle device or she would have missed. Suddenly, as he was about to give up and leave the premises, he heard footsteps walking in his direction. He instinctively wanted to close the door behind him to avoid a scandal, but it was too late. Moo Murderer. A middle-aged woman with a filthy apron dropped the toolbox in her hands and ran away at once, bellowing with all her might. TSK. What a jinx. Jake cursed inwardly before blocking her way as he ran past her like a lightning bolt. This woman was just a normal human, and shortening the distance was ridiculously simple. In a few expert movements, he immobilized her and covered her mouth with his hand to stop her screaming. She did try to bite him, but she almost broke her teeth doing that. When he was finally certain she wouldn't scream stupidly again, he let her go. Help! No sooner had he removed her hand than she took a short breath and yelled again, as if his previous efforts to comfort her had come to nothing. Damn it! He was truly playing violin to a cow. Tired and weary, his eyebrows trembled several times with barely repressed killing intent. Then he threw diplomacy out the window. With his telekinesis, he squeezed a few vital points, including her carotids, and with the blood flow momentarily cut off, the lady fainted instantly. Phew, I should have done that from the start. He lamented as he wiped the inexistent sweat on his forehead. Jake had no intention of doing anything to hide his tracks. On the contrary, he intended to report his discovery to the general and his other companions. The only reason he did this was to prevent the mechanic from alerting the real culprit. Deep down, he hoped that the murderer was still around. Dragging the woman's unconscious body into another room, he tied her up and gagged her so as not to be disturbed and hid silently in the shadows. Again, it was a waste of time. The culprit was not stupid and had long since left. Even if he was around, Jake's arrival might have already alerted him. More importantly, his shadow guide had no leads for him. "Jake, try a maximum range scan for fluid ghosts," she proposed out of the blue. Since the ether density is high enough, even if it's mostly converted to fluid, it ensures that all souls have a chance to transform into one of these creatures. I got it. It wasn't a bad idea. If the culprit was unaware of the existence of these fluid ghosts, it was possible that the soul of the deceased had already turned into one of these monsters and been ignored. Even though it pained him to waste his ether so prodigiously, he gritted his teeth and activated the scan at maximum range. Once he received the feedback, his face finally showed a slight smile. He had found his ghost. To tell the truth, the fluid ghost was really not far away. The creature was wandering a few meters below his feet, hidden in the ship's piping. It was just far enough away to escape the senses of his spirit body. Even after finding it, Jake was in agony when he wondered how to reach it. There were several meters of metal between them, and it was the thick armor that made up the hull of the Titan Pearl. I can try this. Rather than trying in vain to destroy everything and damage the vessel, he focused his mental strength on the wandering spirit and connected his spirit body to his. The soul of the deceased had not yet stabilized and had a vaguely human form. The ghost of the middle-aged man seemed lost and terrified, and there was no doubt that the spirit was reliving the events of his last trauma over and over again. This would probably be the last memory the fluid ghost would retain before mutating into one of those fluid-hungry, unintelligent specters. His only hope was that all of his memories had not yet disappeared, and for that he needed to stabilize the victim's mind as soon as possible. To do this, Jake tried something he had never done before. By forming a kind of lasso with his spirit body, he pulled the future fluid ghost up to him, who didn't even try to resist. Then once their minds were connected, he accelerated the rotation of his ether core and converged all the generated ether towards the victim. Within seconds, the soul ceased to disperse and the ghost's muffled, tortured gaze suddenly stopped shaking, just like a crying baby having suddenly been stuffed with a lollipop in his mouth. The feeling of pleasure was so unexpected that the man stopped moping. After a few minutes, the dead man's soul became completely stable. Simultaneously, his spirit continued to absorb the fluid into the atmosphere, and when Jake removed his ether, the fluid ghost retained its human form. This was the first time Jake met an intelligent ghost. "Thank you, revered fluid master." The soul bowed with reverence. "Without your help, I probably would have become one of those degenerate ghosts." "Ahem, you're welcome," Jake replied in an embarrassed tone. "Can you tell me what you remember? Did you sabotage the Titan Pearl? And on whose orders? Who killed you?" "It was a passenger." Jake was taken aback. It was both the most obvious answer and the one that was absolutely useless to him. But then again, he calmly insisted. "He was a fluid master like you. He had powers. That's all I can remember." A distinctive element. Think about it. Jake tried not to rush the deceased. "I think he had a tattoo." "Yes, a tattoo on his right arm forming a scepter." Chapter 388, Boss and Wild. "A scepter?" "Yes, I'm sure of it." The elderly man nodded. The pattern formed a kind of long black stick with a kind of snake coiled around it. Its upper end ended in a human skull held in the snake's jaw. There were also many strange inscriptions around it that I do not recognize. Very well. Jake had no choice but to accept this clue. It would be difficult to force every passenger to show their shoulders, but it was better than nothing. Then, thinking about something else, he asked, "Do you remember how you sabotaged the Titan Pearl?" "Alas, I'm afraid I don't. I have even forgotten my own name." The ghost sighed with sorrow. Jake also sighed listlessly as he sensed the deceased's anguish. "Do you even know why you were chosen for this mission?" he finally asked in desperation. "Were you recruited on Riva, or were you sent on a mission once you were on board?" In response, the fluid ghost stupidly stared at him with a sorry face, which annoyed him a lot. "The only thing I know is that when I was alive, I was a decent fluid wielder. Otherwise, I wouldn't know all these things about what I've become, and my soul wouldn't have lasted this long." Now we were talking. Jake had subconsciously thought the old man was a normal passenger, but if he wasn't, it made things much simpler. However, it made his murderer even more frightening. Have you retained your memories of your fluid mastery? Jake anxiously inquired with hope. I still have some, but my memory is full of holes. The old man scratched his skull with a bitter expression. Haha, that's enough. I'll have more questions for you later, Jake said with a big smile. Behind every cloud was a ray of sunshine. He hadn't found the culprit, but he now had the mind of a fluid wielder at his disposal to teach him everything he didn't know about the fluid in this world. Checking the time on his oracle device, Jake got serious again and left the scene in a hurry. Of course, he didn't forget to free the female mechanic he had tied up earlier to avoid a scene. He asked the fluid ghost to hide in his body, and it turned out that it was no danger to him, as long as the old man didn't try to possess or devour him. Though, if this ghost was foolish enough to attempt something like that, he would vanish instantly. Jake just had to raise his body temperature a little bit to vaporize the fluid ghost without giving him any chance to react. A few minutes later, he appeared in front of a secured door where many soldiers were standing with their stern and vigilant eyes. This was the second hangar of the Titan Pearl, where smaller caliber SH.I.P.S. and space fighters were stored. Unlike the vehicles in the lower hangar, these SH.I.P.S. could travel through space. It was also here that new guests were received and security was excellent. When Jake arrived in the hangar after greeting the soldiers with a nod, he noticed quite a few veterans around whom the fluid in the atmosphere seemed to be converging. Their energy levels were also higher than those of the other soldiers and pirates he had encountered. To be exact, they were only a notch below aviation men, while some were even slightly stronger. As intimidating as the young woman was, it was mostly related to her temperament and the authority invested by her rank. She was definitely talented, but she was too young. It was not without reason that many thought she had been pushed for her position. Once in the hangar, Jake saw his mates, but also many faces he didn't know. Some of them he had seen in the refectory earlier, but there were some he had never seen before. At their ether fluctuations, it was clear that they were all players. Jake, what took you so long? Lily exclaimed naively as she held Tim's hand. For both children, this ordeal was relatively enjoyable at the moment. In addition to being able to eat like kings in the refectory, it was also the first ordeal where they were surrounded by their friends. As long as the adults with them were calm, they would not panic either. Jake was about to respond to his cousin by patting her head, but at that moment his body stiffened as he saw a group of weird guys not far from them. With their ether fluctuations, he immediately determined that they were tough men, the weakest of them being at Sarah's level. If it was only that, Jake would not have been so alarmed. What was most shocking was that they all had shaved heads and their bodies were covered with animal tattoos. At first glance, they looked like members of a mafia or motorcycle gang. If their skin colors were not so heterogeneous, with their scary faces and haircut, he might have taken them for a group of yakuzas. A few of them were Asians and even had a katana on their belt, which almost corroborated this theory. Remembering the words of the fluid ghost, his guard was instantly raised. He studied them discreetly from the corner of his eye, trying not to attract their attention, but his efforts were a failure. One of the taller guys immediately turned his head towards him and gave him a hostile look. Ugh, where are you looking at FUC, Kerr? The man roared as he pointed a metal bat at him. His expression was as unpleasant as that of a husband meeting his wife's lover in full action. Jake had a bad temper too, but he was too lazy to talk back. This was also how his cousins had harassed him so much as a child. If he wasn't so placid, they certainly wouldn't have pushed it this far. As a result, he just looked away as if nothing had happened and ignored them completely. Unfortunately, for this player, Jake's attitude was taken as disdain. Motherf that you to see Kerr. I'm going to kill you. The guy screamed, his face red with anger. The veins on his skin pulsated like big worms. If he wasn't a player, one might think he was having a heart attack. Jake's eyes squinted at this reaction, and he silently quickened the rotation of his ether core to prepare for a fierce fight. But what happened after left him slack-jawed. Before the offender even had time to take a step towards him, half a dozen of his comrades girdled him by the waist and pinned him to the ground, preventing him from honoring his threat. Bastards, let go of me. I'm going to kill you all. You hear me? The player was infuriated as he was betrayed by his own friends and seemed to have completely lost his mind. Pow! A huge hand pressed the back of the impertinent man's skull and pushed him violently into the metal tile. The resulting loud cracking sound gave goosebumps to all present, and for a moment the rabid player stopped fidgeting. Jake thought for a brief second that the case would end there, but when he saw that the man who had just intervened still had his hand pressed against the skull of the immobilized player, he changed his mind. Indeed, a few seconds later, the delinquent came to his senses and began to yell more beautifully. "Motherf that you'd see occur, let go of me. Boss, I'll kill you too if you don't let me go right now." The one who was nicknamed Boss displayed a somewhat exasperated expression, but as he endured insults more ingenious than the others, his face began to darken more and more. Soon, his facial muscles were also twitching out of control. He was a man as tall as Jake and Kevin, but muscled in a completely absurd way. His biceps were as wide as Jake's THIGH, and he was so tattooed that you could barely guess his original skin color. Even trying to avoid prejudice, it was impossible to think that this man was nice. Suddenly, a huge, deadly aura exploded out of his body, and the hair of everyone within 20 meters of his body spiked up as if under the effect of static electricity. The player, who until then had seemed completely unbridled, abruptly stopped hollering and became silent like a bunny rabbit. "Wild, if you had continued, I would really have had to kill you. Don't disappoint me." In saying his threat, the tone of the boss was extremely sinister and resentful. Actually, all his subordinates gulped as they witnessed this show of force. They were tough on the outside, but they knew better than anyone the horror of their boss. "Cough, boss, I admit my wrongs. Can you let me go?" Wild's voice was now as shy as the barking of an abandoned puppy. His reckless aura had suffered quite a blow. Chapter 389 Unexpected Twist. When his boss finally retracted the hand compressing the back of his skull and stood up as if nothing had happened, the supposedly mellowed Wild immediately flipped onto his back and retaliated with an almighty kick to the crotch. Gone. Whether his target had steel balls or a protective shell, the sound of the impact resonated throughout the hangar, and all the men present winced with compassion. The victim's complexion, in particular, went straight to purple, and his legs began to wobble for one very obvious reason. "Wild, I'll kill you," the tattooed chief suddenly screamed out, totally infuriated. His eyes were red with fury, and he was literally frothing at his mouth, like a ferocious beast contaminated with rabies. With his chief's expression of sheer insanity, the culprit felt immediately that the direction of the wind had changed. He was reckless and carefree, but certainly not suicidal. Feeling his leader's beastly gaze turning towards him, he gulped noisily and bolted his way to the exit door in a flash. The door was left ajar, and with a skillful contortion of the bust, Wild nimbly passed through the narrow space, then fled without looking back. His leader ran after him like a furious rhinoceros, and the half-open hangar door was brutally rammed into, slamming it open as it was dislodged from its hinges. The supposedly armored metal door deformed like aluminum foil and disappeared into the distance along with the perpetrator. Soldiers and players inside the shed remained speechless in amazement for a long time, no one even daring to let out a fart. The players, who were part of the same group as these two individuals, were face-palming with weary and awkward faces, suggesting that such an incident was far from being a first. A few seconds after the disappearance of these individuals, another group walked in through another door. This group consisted of about 20 men and women in equal proportion, dressed in gentlemen's and ladies' attire reminiscent of high society. Most of these people had light-colored skin and eyes, blonde or chestnut hair, along with fancy clothes and haircuts. Their attitudes were relaxed, often with a slight, barely discernible condescending smile, but their etiquette was impeccable. Nothing gave the perception that they were there to participate in an ordeal. And yet, with their ether fluctuations and some unmistakable physical features, they could not be confused with the native soldiers and passengers whose physiologies and abilities were fluid-based. At the head, a handsome man, surprisingly brown, in sharp contrast to the rest of this group, led the way. His irises were crimson red, and next to him stood a gorgeous woman with a 7- or 8-year-old girl with eyes of the same color. Jake felt an intense sense of danger when he saw these people, and he was far from alone in feeling that way. Even in his group, With the exception of Tim and Lily, everyone had grown somewhat stiff. The most alarming thing was that all these people smelt like blood. The metallic smell in the air was so dense that it was almost suffocating. The paleness of the handsome man, the kid, and the young woman leading the group was also so extreme that it seemed as if they were three dead bodies coming back to life and coming straight from a morgue refrigerator. Instinctively, it was easy to label them in the vampire box, so much so that their outfits seemed to come straight out of a cosplay event. Nevertheless, Jake cautiously reserved his final judgment for another day. Another friend. Come, little one. The kid walking at the head of this group let go of the young woman's hand with no warning and pounced on Jake with her short legs and a flushed face. Bang! A few meters away from Jake, she hit an invisible force field and fell back on her butt. Ouch! She grunted as she rubbed her butt with a grieving face. She hadn't yet understood what had just happened, and tears were already gathering in the corner of her reddened eyes. Come back here, Lily. The gorgeous woman ordered in an icy tone, but one could feel a certain restlessness beyond this surface coldness. There was something bewitching in her soft voice, and even the Lily in their group who was holding Tim's hand was tempted to run to her. Her exuberance dampened by her uncanny fall, the girl obediently returned to her group and threw herself into the young woman's arms to seek comfort. The scene was almost as embarrassing as the altercation between Wild and his leader, but in a completely different way. Speak. Why did you do that? The young woman said coldly as she gave a fiery glare to Jake, who had not budged from his position. She ran at me for no reason. He shrugged coolly. Except for my mates. I don't trust anyone here. Kids are no exception. Fair enough. The handsome man answered in place of the young woman with apathy. Lily, this will teach you a lesson. It is to avoid such situations that we teach you etiquette and courtesy. Far from having learned her lesson, she momentarily lowered her head in shame, but as soon as the handsome man averted his gaze, she stuck out her tongue at him in a mocking grimace. After these two incidents, other groups of players entered the room one after the other until the hangar was basically fully packed. In total, there were several thousand soldiers present, as well as an even larger number of players. For the ship's crew, it was an extremely shocking scene. All of these individuals emitted a disturbing aura of danger that was out of place among the passengers. Since when had their Titan Pearl become a den of experts? For the experienced veterans who dabbled in the fluid, it was even scarier. Although these players' fluid cores were not highly developed, their instincts were sharp, and they could feel strange energies revolving around these individuals that they failed to understand. Several hundred of these players in particular had atypical hair and eye colors, reminiscent of the Aegeans that Inya and Essia were part of. At the sight of so many of their compatriots, the two sisters were both happy and unnerved. From their reaction, it was also clear that they recognized a few people. These Aegeans were not all united. Several groups had formed, mixing mages, knights, and civilians, and some of these groups were openly hostile to each other. Those who spotted the two sisters accompanying Jake and his group were often surprised, but the word traitor was whispered repeatedly. Verbal insults and scornful looks were not uncommon, and for the two sisters to be ostracized in this way by their peers was a first that deeply confused them. Essia even hid behind Jake and the others so as not to have to face their gaze. Inya, for her part, snorted loudly as she let out two streams of flames from her nostrils like a dragon reeking with anger. Whether these Aegeans were truly impressed or not, it did the trick. After showing her temper, their attitude towards them became more reserved. In addition to these Aegeans, there were also Earthlings of all origins and some human species they had never met before. With the increasing diversity of bloodlines, it had already become difficult to determine the true origin of the participants. Most of the groups were disorganized, but well tiered around a leader such as Jake's one. However, there were also a few groups that were perfectly equipped and cooperating seamlessly, which undoubtedly betrayed their military background. At the very least, they had undergone strict training to perform this way. They were all obeying someone's order. Sometimes these leaders seemed useless and idle, as if these soldiers were there to ensure their safety, but there were also a few individuals with a strong presence that gave even Jake chills. At that very moment, it was simply impossible to determine who was an enemy. The frosty ones could prove to be trustworthy and reliable, while the more likable ones could very well hide a vile nature with much more sinister intentions. When a little later the general of the Titan Pearl arrived in the hangar with her senior officers, she was dumbstruck. She had just come to realize that she had been clueless about the situation since her hypersleep awakening. Everything had gone from bad to worse as the hours went by. Fortunately, she had good self-control, and her soldiers knew when to be reliable. In good order, they opened a path for her through the crowd, and she walked fearlessly to the front of the hangar where she was supposed to receive the pirate delegation. At the front of the shed, the gate opening to the sidereal vacuum had already been lowered, and an energy field existed to prevent the air from escaping. In silence, the attending people waited for the entrance of their detestable guests. At the appointed time, a shuttle identical to the ones that had previously boarded them appeared in their field of vision and crossed the thin energy wall leading to the hangar without any trouble. Instead of crashing stupidly like the other shuttles, this shuttle parked impeccably in the place indicated by the light signals. When the shuttle finished its landing and finally cut the engines, the tension outside intensified visibly. With the exception of a few players with indifferent attitudes, most of the people present had their hands on their weapons. At the slightest twist, they would be able to react to the threat in the blink of an eye. As the door of the pirate shuttle lowered, the soldiers and players closest to it held their breath and mentally conditioned themselves for the worst. Thankfully, all their worries turned out to be unfounded. The door lowered smoothly, and an unarmed, one-eyed man appeared under the shed light. The man was in his late 40s, with his right eye and hair as black as a crow. He wore a patch over his missing left eye and was wearing a tight-fitting red armor covered with metal plates and a long, thick, dark hooded coat. Like aviation and most veterans, he carried several dark tubes on his belt to be used as weapons. His face was emaciated, covered with fine scars, and his nose prominent. The visible eye was glacial and deeply sunken in his orbit. One could feel all the vicissitudes this man had gone through with a single glance. Aviation men and the officers with full clearance to certain files instantly recognized this tough man as the infamous Emiwan Gimak, pirate captain of the Red Eels, but also a fearsome fluid wielder who had defeated many fluid masters in duels. Sweeping the crowd with his eyes, the newcomer's gaze lingered calmly on a few individuals, including the young general with a pensive expression, as if he was trying to estimate something. Then slowly, but in a completely unexpected and deliberate manner, his hand reached for one of the tubes on his belt. This gesture froze the blood of the soldiers present, and Aviation herself almost drew her weapon out by reflex. She had to wave her hand in a hurry to quell her troops' fervor. Thud! The tubes on the pirate's belt dropped noisily to the ground, causing a rattling racket, and the one-eyed man put his hands up to the utter astonishment of the audience. Content with the effect, his lips cracked a subtle smile, and he said, "I surrender." Chapter 390, The Ship Explodes. Pardon, Avi blurted out with undisguised disbelief. She had mentally prepared herself for all kinds of scenarios, but certainly not surrender. The officers and soldiers present did not show the slightest excitement when they heard the infamous pirate say these words either. Quite the contrary. What a joke. A fluid master, even handcuffed and tied up, could probably play them all to death. Such a surrender had no legitimacy. It could just be a simple ploy to put their suspicions to sleep. Once escorted to his cell and their vigilance lowered, he would be able to wreak havoc on the Titan Pearl without them being able to do anything to stop him. Of course, it was only the world's natives who plagued their minds in this way. To Jake and the other players, Emiwan Gimak was just a badass pirate. Heck, many players even hoped that his arrival would trigger a new side mission. Unfortunately, their hopes were dashed. Their bracelets remained painfully silent the whole time. "You heard very well. Me and my men are surrendering," Emiwan repeated with a friendly smile. His attitude was by no means hostile or arrogant, and he even seemed sincere. Jake could not yet read the thoughts of others without linking his spirit body to theirs. But with his ether vision and basic extrasensory perception, he could already judge a person's emotional state and intentions by their etheric and electrical fluctuations, micro-expressions, body language, heart rate, and so many other details. Even with his excellent body control, it was impossible to meticulously control all these aspects, and this pirate captain, although a good actor, had not achieved such a level of mastery either. If the subtle flaws that the pirate revealed were perfectly controlled, it would be extraordinarily frightening. In theory, everything could be controlled, but not the ether fluctuations coming from the soul itself, as they were the very source of all thoughts. The very idea of wanting to control one's thoughts or gestures resulted in a cascade of reactions on the etheric level that was easy to detect for an accomplished etherist. Similarly, the electrical activity of the brain could not be altered either. In practice, in order to hide one's true thoughts, ether skills or soul spells had to be put in place to blur these ether fluctuations. Erecting ether barriers was not enough, because ether was intangible. For the time being, he had no knowledge of such a spell, but it was an advanced method of this type that the ancient designer's Wolfragment was using to protect his brain and soul from the oracle system's scrutiny. Back to Emi-wan. Seeing that the young general was silent and hesitant, he walked towards one of the officers at her side and held out his hands in front of him as if he was asking to be handcuffed. The officer glanced nervously at the young woman, then gritted his teeth and pulled out a pair of handcuffs. Subconsciously, he almost pictured the pirate captain changing his mind at the last moment. If this happened, he would die in a split second, and because of this he was sweating profusely. "Don't be afraid. I won't bite. I come with noble intentions." Emi-wan chuckled as he grabbed the handcuffs from the hands of the paralyzed officer. He then handcuffed himself and threw the key to the confused general of the Titan Pearl. "Why?" she questioned him after a long silence. The pirate captain did not answer immediately. Instead, he wandered from one end of the hangar to the other, inspecting the features of each soldier. Sometimes he would stop in front of a player, and then his expression would subtly change, as if he still had a slim hope, but didn't really dare to believe in it. In spite of the young general's incomprehension and growing impatience, she did not dare interrupt him and let him continue his antics, closely monitoring each of his expressions in an attempt to grasp a little of his true intentions. The one-eyed pirate stopped in front of several dozen players, but it was rare for him to pause for more than a second. Nevertheless, some players left him extremely shocked, and it became increasingly clear that he wasn't as relaxed as he appeared to be. These passengers were not all strong, and he was confident that he could wipe out most of them in a few big moves, but their appearances and auras were very strange. He considered himself cultured, and yet the majority of these races were unknown to him. The return of the tattooed boss, dragging an unconscious Wild by the leg, put an end to his suspicions and left him flabbergasted. As he continued his stroll, his surprise only increased when he stood in front of the handsome man and the gorgeous woman next to him. The group of noble Aegeans also unsettled him beyond reason. A few other less conspicuous player factions also caught his attention, including a group of 4 individuals consisting of 3 men and 1 woman with Eskimo facial features and clothing style. When he finally arrived in front of Jake and his group, he displayed a serious expression. None of these individuals were weak. Even the children had ridiculously strong bodies for their age. As for the man in the center watching him with a bored face, he had only one word to say: monster. Avi Shanmin was just a fluid knight, and her senses were limited. But Emi-wan had been a master for a very long time. He could naturally discern much more. The fluid was not as miraculous as ether, but more importantly not as well understood. A fluid master did not necessarily have a much stronger body than a normal human of this world. Their reflexes were exceptional, bordering on prescience, and their minds were incredibly clear. Their physical condition was always optimal, and they never got sick. Their wounds healed quickly, and they aged slowly. But that was it. Unless a fluid user specialized in brute strength, without their almost supernatural reflexes and premonitory instincts, a fluid adept could very well be stabbed to death in his sleep by a normal human. In order to develop incredible fighting power, a fluid wielder had to harness the fluid energy stored in his body to increase his physical abilities or use all kinds of power that required a long apprenticeship. Starting with Fluid Master, the body reached a point of saturation of fluid sufficient to generate a passive energy field that protected him even while he was asleep. The connection to the fluid of the universe increased exponentially, and it became possible to use all kinds of miraculous abilities. Only then was it possible to slowly transform the body to allow it to overcome its fundamental limitations. This was the reason why Emiwan was so taken aback by Jake and some of the other players. Their fluid cores were tiny, even atrophied, and yet their energy levels were ridiculously high. His fluid master instincts made it clear to him that they were no weaker than he was. Yet few of these players had exceptional bodies. Once everyone was affected by the local ether density, most of the bloodline-free participants were just physically fit humans. Jake and his group was the first group he saw with innate strong bodies. The passive effect of the faction skill Murtharian body increased their body attributes by 80% while endowing them with an abnormally warm body that was impervious to heat and radiation. This was beyond the body quality of any fluid adept, and even a fluid master like him wasn't much stronger without using his powers. For those like Vincent and Kevin, who had bloodlines that strengthened their physical condition, the reinforcement was superimposed on their initial talents, and the end result was terrifying. Therefore, it was easy to imagine how the pirate captain felt when facing Jake. Although his gut instinct for danger was not nearly as pronounced as it was with some of the other players, something in the eyes of this silver and gold-haired man convinced him that he had absolutely no desire to combat this person. With the experience he'd accumulated over the years, he was pretty sure that such a fight would be a very bad match for him. After examining a few more groups of players, he ended his walk with an almost relieved expression and finally responded to the young general, who was beginning to throb with bated breath. "Let's talk." He then tapped an earpiece to his ear and said, "You can come out. You're safe here." The next moment, a dozen men and women wearing scarlet armor and the Red Eel's crest walked hands up out of the shuttle. Although they had the seasoned atmosphere of veteran fighters, they lacked the arrogant poise and wickedness usually found in ordinary pirates. Seeing them surrender without causing any trouble, Avi nodded in approval and raised the issue that was weighing her down. "And the dark matter cannon pointed at us?" she anxiously asked. It was her most pressing concern. The one-eyed pirate just scoffed with a contented smirk. "Just some bluff. I activated the self-destruct sequence as soon as I contacted your ship." "Which means that?" "Yeah, my ship is going to explode in a few seconds. Shouldn't be long now." As if to back up his words, he counted silently with his fingers, and indeed, at 9 a huge explosion rang out from a distance. The ship was rocked all over by the shock wave, and the energy shield flashed many times before stabilizing again like a calm sea. The shed was so crowded that many soldiers and players had bumped into each other, and quite a few cries of pain echoed through the space once the calm was restored. "Can we talk now? The problem is not as simple as that. We can't stay here." As he said this, Emiwan's solemn and worried face told them that he was not joking. Even a pirate like him could be afraid of something. "Sure," Avi simpered. What else could she respond to a fluid master capable of killing her with a single thought? Perhaps because deep down she wasn't at all serene. Her gaze sought comfort in the crowd of players, and when she saw Jake and his comrades, they suddenly appeared to her as tantalizing as lifebuoys in a sinking shipwreck. "You and the others are coming with us." The young woman pointed her finger at Jake and his group, as well as some of the other players she had apparently interacted with over the previous hour. The pale-faced, handsome man and 2 Aegeans wearing long robes were among the lot. After they left, the crowd dispersed, and a few minutes later pirates, officers, and a few players found themselves sitting around a table to discuss about something they were not sure of. Avi had insisted that Jake sit in the seat right next to her, and the contrast between his huge build and her petite figure was bound to make this meeting unforgettable. Between Jake's unruffled phlegm and the young woman's explosive temperament, an atypical duo had just been born. Chapter 391, Emiwan's Tale. Once everyone was seated, Emiwan got straight to the point. "Did you start the engines again?" he asked in an urgent tone. "We have to get out of here as soon as possible. Whatever your initial reasons for being here are, believe me, it's not worth it." "Why such a hurry?" the old bearded officer snarled without hiding his animosity. "Until we complete our investigative mission on Yotai Shuren 3, we can't turn back. Even if we wanted to, your stupid pirates caused so much damage during their boarding that we would have to stop at the space station to finish those goddamn repairs." Faced with the reprimand, the pirate captain's face darkened, but he didn't lose his temper. Quite the opposite, a surge of despair flashed fleetingly before being immediately repressed. It went almost unnoticed, except for a few watchful glances. Do you have any idea why I blew up my own ship, which was in perfect condition and superior in all respects to your Titan Pearl? Emiwan asked suddenly after a short silence. Because you are stupid? A need for change. One of the two Aegeans, a young man with leafy green long hair and eyebrows, mocked openly. The Aegeans knew nothing about these futuristic technologies, but by comparing these spaceships to their boats, they could readily estimate their value. Bigger and better armed, self-destructing, the Red Eel's mothership indeed seemed completely stupid from any angle. And to whom do I owe the honor? The one-eyed pirate chuckled without looking offended. Great Mage Mahanjal Sarkaran, son of Narjul Sarkaran and High Duke of Ianger. I walked when I was 3 months old, learned to read when I was 2 years old, and awakened my magical affinity when I was 3. My wood spirit root are celestial grade, and I have been blessed with the combined life force of 12 wood archmages. At 5 years old I was once thrown into his litany. There was no stopping him. Jake's eyes, who could hardly stop yawning, suddenly widened in surprise, and he stared at the young green-haired mage, as if he was staring at a fascinating freak of nature. Discreetly, but in fact not quite so, he turned his head towards the two sisters who were standing not far behind him and probed their expression with an air of, "Is this normal?" He almost burst out laughing at their reaction. Because the table wasn't big enough for everyone, except for Jake, and while the rest of their group was standing up behind them. At that very moment, the two sisters' faces were flushed with shame and their clenched fists were quivering with rage and embarrassment. Flames were blazing in their pupils, and the thermostat around them had risen sharply. If they could, they would have thrown a fireball at him to silence him. At least there was no lack of envy to do so. Cough. Nobody cares. Jake cut him off without a care in the world after a 5-minute-long pamphlet, which earned him an outraged look from the young man. Choosing to ignore the moron nobleman, he then turned to the pirate captain, who was vainly rummaging through his memories to make sense of all those claims, and he said, "Just tell us why you destroyed your ship, so we can move forward. As for the Titan Pearl, it's already on its way to Yotai Shuren 3. The pirate sighed and began his story. You may have heard from the captured pirates that since the exploration of Yotai Shuren 3, everyone is going crazy. That's all true. The fluid ghosts brought back from the station are just one of the problems. If it was only that, I would have exterminated them long ago. The truth is, there are other creatures on board. Creatures that even I have to flee from. A fluid master like you has to run away from a creature? How is this possible?" Avi Shanman exclaimed in a perplexed voice. "Alas, I fear so," Emiwan recognized with a wry smile. The pirates who returned from the space station were contaminated by an unknown life form. I don't know if it's a fungus, a bacteria, a virus, or something else, but once it's infected it evolves very quickly and becomes a nightmare. The infected patient will be affected on many levels. First, he or she will become irritable and aggressive, with an increased appetite and eventually a slight fever. It's nothing too bad. The fluid ACCU.mulat in their body decreases a bit during this incubation period, and some fluid core has even been downgraded by half a grade. So far, nothing too serious. It's only afterwards that it gets more complicated. Organs will quickly show signs of inflammation, with a peak after 7 to 10 days when things take an irreversible turn. Overnight, 1 or 2 organs will randomly show signs of inflammation and then fail. If it's the brain or heart, people die, but this is quite rare. It is usually a kidney or a lung and rarely both at the same time, which would also be fatal. At this stage, those infected lose consciousness and fall into a coma for several days. Naturally, the necessary medical examinations were carried out to try to find the origin of the problem, but without success. All we know is that these failing organs are gradually replaced by a substance. If nothing is done, this substance takes the form of an embryo and gives birth to a large grayish larva after 3 weeks. I see you coming, but of course we try to extract the substance, including the larvae, before they mature. Believe it or not, it's almost impossible. The substance becomes extremely strong and resilient to hostile intent, while the larva, even immature or embryonic, is incredibly vivacious when attacked directly. It flees by moving around in the body of the contaminated subject, which ultimately only aggravates his or her symptoms. If the larva reaches the brain or the heart, it's all over. I'm not hiding the fact that we simply gave up after a while. We're not equipped to deal with this type of bug. The atmosphere in the room had become very heavy in a few minutes. Most of the officers shivered with horrified expressions, while the players present were mostly impassive, lost in thought. These parasites may have been an insoluble problem for most people, but not for Jake. With his telekinesis and high perception, he was confident that he could extract the mature larva. It was a different story, though, for the liquid substance that came with it. Just as he was unable to clearly discern the liquid alloy mixed with his cells, if the alien substance spread in the same way, he too would be unable to expel it completely. What happens once the larva matures? Will solemnly invited the pirate to continue his story. He had taken a notebook out of who knows where and was taking notes. Jake gladly left this plesure to she and his bracelet, which was already recording everything. After all, that was what technology was made for. From Will's concentrated posture, one could assume that it helped him to think, but it was definitely a useless quirk. Ahem. Once the larva matures, it just comes out. Emiwan coughed with embarrassment. Can you get rid of it at this point? Avi asked, while playing with a dagger to mask her nervousness. That's the problem. I couldn't do it. The pirate captain sadly confessed. This larva isn't particularly tough, but it does have a few trump cards up its sleeve. It is ridiculously fast, as elusive as a soap bar, but most of all it is invulnerable to thermal and energetic ammunition and tolerates fluid-based attacks very well. Worse, it accelerates its growth. Although we prepared ourselves perfectly before each hatching, we only managed to injure one of them. We even tried to isolate them in a room with no ventilation or ducts. As a result, they devour their unconscious host, or, if necessary, they spit out an acidic substance capable of dissolving metal obstacles. They then eat the corroded metal sludge, which further accelerates their growth. Don't be fooled by the outward appearance of my ship. Inside, it was a real wreck. The growth is just too fast and uncontrollable. Even without eating anything, these larvae grow to the NAKDI. In a few days, they form a cocoon in an inaccessible corner of the ship. Then a few hours later, they reach their mature form. Then, rather than hiding, they begin to actively hunt. Paradoxically, in their adult form, I can face them. They are big enough to make the fight fair, but their abilities differ significantly from one creature to another. That's why I'm still alive. Nevertheless, it is a real fight to the death, and very often I only manage to scare them away. Jake suddenly raised his hand to interrupt him. Wait a minute. Why didn't the pirates we captured talk about these creatures? According to you, the ship was literally infested. I was wondering the same thing. The second Aegean present nodded. Compared to his compatriot, he had fire-red hair and wore a medieval plate armor covered with insignia and a long cape of the same color as his hair. Although young, his attitude was not impertinent, while his nimble muscles and calloused hands attested to his dedication to training. Emiwan alternately glanced at the two men and shrugged with a sorry look. That's why I call it a nightmare. These creatures are intelligent, and they have a skill set that is worth the detour. They adapt very quickly. First of all, they know that the ship is limited in size. They understand that if they kill us all, they would lose their food source. That's why if they can avoid it, they won't kill us. They don't want us to gang up on them either. So what do? Very simple. They lobotomize us. Literally. After each attack, they devour a portion of fluid, blood, and flesh of their victim, then leave a bit of substance in their brain to clean up their memories. It leaves no trace. Worse, it creates a kind of addiction. This is also true for those people whose larva has already hatched. As soon as a pirate has been contaminated by this substance and it reaches his brain, he can no longer be trusted. He now serves the cause of these monsters. It is not a strict control, but these victims feel a visceral need to protect them as if they were from the same family, and they start behaving in the same way. That's for the normal monsters we call hunters. Some rarer creatures specialize in psychic attacks and coordinate them. They are called controllers. Among other things, they exacerbate the negative emotions of the crew and use them to assemble fluid ghosts that they control. With these fluid ghosts, they then influence nearby pirates. Others suck out the fluid from the ship and then spit it out in another form that these monsters crave. Unfortunately, this new fluid is a poison for us. It bewitches us and affects us in a mysterious way, which transforms us little by little into decerebrated beasts. This third type we call them converters. Chapter 392. His concerns were not groundless. Now, even the unconcerned players were displaying dark faces. Those filthy aliens were just nightmare material. Even Jake was frowning worriedly. All of his ether skills based on heat and radiation would become completely obsolete against these monsters. This made the task much more challenging. It's a miracle you're still alive. The handsome man spoke for the first time in a meaningful tone. What tells us that you are not under the influence of these monsters? I can't guarantee it. Emi-wan honestly admitted. What I can promise you is that I have never been contaminated by this substance. I have no memory lapses and my behavior has never changed. Moreover, no matter how strong these creatures are, they know how to recognize a dangerous enemy. After a few exchanges, they left me in peace. It is the pirates under their control that have become infernal to deal with. The pirate shuttle that my group neutralized contained no creatures except for a few fluid ghosts. I can guarantee it. Jake interrupted again, bringing up the unsettling topic. With the exception of one pirate whose lung and kidney had been filled with this substance and who had effectively lost his mind, the other pirates just seemed to be experiencing severe stress. So I can say with confidence that the shuttle handled by my group is clean. What about the other shuttles? It was a trivial question, but for the two Aegeans and a few officers present it was an embarrassing moment. Avi Shanmin and the other players didn't miss anything of their behavior, and a very bad premonition overtook them. Already foreseeing the worst, the pirate captain facepalmed with weariness, and then simply declared, "Don't bother. It's too late already. They're here. Apart from those who came with me, I trusted no one else." Bang! Just then, the secure door isolating the meeting room was forced open and the massive silhouette of the tattooed player nicknamed Boss entered with a gloomy grimace. With a faint rictus, he threw a shapeless piece of meat on the table without giving a damn about their feelings. "Someone tell me, what the hell is this shit?" he scolded, contracting his biceps in an intimidating manner. Looking more closely at the piece of meat, Jake finally noticed various appendages that could be reminiscent of paws. The creature wasn't that big. It was the size of a calf, but with a morphology reminiscent of the golem version of a chimpanzee crossed with a fangtooth fish and a scorpion. Although hunched, the creature was essentially humanoid, with 2 legs and 2 arms, but the head was nightmarish with a disproportionately wide mouth opening filled with long teeth like that of this abyssal fish. A long tail with the appearance of a large worm ended in a long, dark stinger, and most of the body was protected by a thin layer of chitin as black as oil. As terrifying as this monster may seem, it had been reduced to pulp by a formidable foe, and the chitin was completely shattered, revealing a suspicious whitish liquid that was unexpectedly odorless. Recognizing the creature, the pirate captain's eyes filled with amazement. "You killed one. How did you do that?" he eagerly asked. Although he kept his cool, everyone could see how deeply shaken he was. "Ugh, are you talking to me?" The tattooed player grunted in a bad mood. "That shit came back to life after taking out 2 of my brothers. I had to smash it again. I worked my ASS off this time, but I've never seen such stubborn crap. Even those FUCKING are not that annoying." On the last sentence, an unintelligible word had escaped from his mouth, but all the players present knew what it meant. The Oracle system had simply censored the word digester for the natives. With what weapon?" Emi-wan stammered in disbelief. "What weapon? My fist, of course." The huge player sneered as if it was pretty obvious. "Who is this guy? It seems that besides missing an eye, you also lost a piece of your brain in the process." Your fist. Your fist." Far from being offended, the pirate captain repeated these words as if he was trying to grasp the full extent of what this entailed. Only he knew what kind of brute force was required to smash these creatures to death. "This is the captain of the pirate ship that just surrendered," the handsome man explained with a polite smile. "Really? No wonder he destroyed his own ship then. He was already senile." The tattooed player nodded convincingly, as if persuaded by his own deduction. Emi-wan may have been FLU.S.tiered, but he certainly wasn't a nice guy. After operating as a pirate all these years, he was extremely vicious with his enemies and had long since relegated morality to an optional decision-making tool. After being repeatedly insulted in this way, His facial muscles were twitching, and a heavy killing intent exuded forth from his being. "Oh, you disagree?" The object of this murderous aura snickered calmly. "Not bad." Smelling that the situation was rapidly degenerating and that the young general had no plans to do anything about it, the bearded officer invited the tattooed player to sit down as he forced one of the officers to give up his seat. Without wasting any time, he then gave a series of orders to some of the soldiers present, and they immediately vacated the room. The orders given were essentially to reinvestigate the shuttles, as well as to quarantine all pirates captured along with the soldiers and passengers who had been in contact with them. Until they had been examined and guaranteed clean, they were to remain under close watch. Because their communications and surveillance systems had been sabotaged from the inside, they did not have the same freedom of action as ME1. The pirate captain had lasted so long by keeping a precise grasp of these monsters' movements. Even though there were not cameras everywhere, he had been able to keep track of them. Whether the sabotage was a coincidence or not, it would make it difficult to monitor the Titan Pearl, which was a godsend for these alien creatures. Once the orders were given, the bearded officer clasped his hands together, elbows on the table, and quickly asked any questions that still plagued him. ME1 promptly gave him all the answers he needed. With the old soldier asking the questions, the conversation progressed quickly, and they finally got a clear picture of the situation. And, well, the situation was not good. Not good at all. The Red Eel's mothership had been wandering around in this storm for years and had not been able to escape. It was easy to return to Yotai Shuren 3, but very difficult to escape from it. The pirate ship had initially fled here to escape from a consortium armada. It was a great success, and when they arrived at Yotai Shuren 3, they discovered a graveyard of spaceship.I.P.S floating around. Most of these sh.I.P.S were still in perfect condition, and many of them had their call for help beacons activated. Because of the storm, these signals had never reached the outside world. Jake and the other players in the room were overjoyed to finally hear about these beacons. They finally had a direction for their main mission. When ME1 had stumbled upon the Battle Pearl by chance, he had immediately guided his ship towards them with the goal of escaping. He had voluntarily let these few pirates escape first, so that he could then give them an ultimatum as a pretext to visit them. He was forced to use such subterfuge because if those monsters or the pirates under their control had figured out that he was abandoning the ship for good, they would have prevented him from doing so. It was the only way not to arouse their suspicions. The reason why ME1 had so decisively chosen to abandon the ship was because recently a new type of monster had appeared, the breeders. So far, the number of aliens had not changed and corresponded exactly to the number of infected people on the space station. This amounted to a few dozen creatures. During all this time, they had never managed to kill one, and the serenity of their ship had been turned upside down, turning it into a chaotic breeding ground where no one could be trusted. If the number of aliens began to increase, he did not give himself much of a chance. As soon as he detected the Battle Pearl, he seized the opportunity. Unfortunately, it was already too late. The Battle Pearl was probably already infested, but as long as the breeder wasn't in one of the shuttles, it would be safe for a while. It was just out of sheer survival instinct that he had sacrificed his ship. Towards the end, even the hunters were beginning to pose a threat to him. And the reason why he wanted them to leave as quickly as possible was because he wasn't absolutely certain that those monsters had been killed by the explosion. It should not be forgotten that they were feeding on heat and energy. Although these creatures preferred fresh flesh, they could also digest any metal in the ship after softening it with their acid. They were ludicrously tenacious and multi-talented creatures. And indeed, his concerns were not groundless. Millions of kilometers from the Battle Pearl, among the debris of the Red Eel's mothership, a creature that no one had ever seen suddenly opened its eyes. Chapter 393 Genius. Once the meeting was over, everyone went about their business, and the players dispersed to their cabins or factions. Jake did not try to make friends with these participants. He gladly left that Pleasure to Will and the others. He was not alone in being individualistic. The player nicknamed Boss had simply left without saying goodbye to anyone. However, before he left, he had also revealed that his group had been attacked by a demented passenger before the hijackers had even initiated their boarding. The gorgeous young woman and the little girl accompanying the handsome man immediately corroborated these statements. Doing forensic work wasn't the style of the tattooed player, nor was it the style of his subordinates. On the other hand, the young woman was much more meticulous. Although these passengers had been executed without mercy, their bodies had been properly examined. Besides having been clinically dead for some time, their fluid core and meridians had been severely atrophied, if not missing. The unimaginable conclusion was that the Titan Pearl had been harboring fluid ghosts, or much worse, long before their hypersleep awakening. It was simply terrifying, the mystery just getting thicker and thicker. No matter how positive someone was, it was impossible not to suspect a conspiracy. Whether it was the accidental hypersleep awakening near Yotai Shuren 3 space station, the sabotage of the ship requiring a stop at the station to perform repairs, and all the other inexplicable events on board, it was far too many coincidences altogether. Because of all this news, the mood aboard the Titan Pearl had dulled considerably, and apart from a few eternal optimists, no one felt like joking around. The Titan Pearl would reach the space station in 1 or 2 days, and they had to make use of this time to prepare for the danger waiting for them there. Kyle hurriedly bid them farewell and went to the ship's gym with Kevin and Vincent. Sarah and the 2 sisters chose to stay together, while the 2 children stayed with Daniel. As for Will, he stayed with the ship's senior officers to gather as much information as possible. As usual, the subgroups were often the same, as was their way of proceeding when faced with a new situation. Jake and Will hardly ever slackened off and operated alone, although Will was not averse to social interaction. Both children took the ordeal lightly, enduring events passively rather than proactively. Kyle had finally pulled himself together and decided to maximize his chances by practicing seriously with his cousins, which was great news. Lastly, all 3 women were giving him headaches, and he couldn't figure out exactly how they were wasting their time. He just hoped they knew what they were doing. Moments later, Jake was back in front of his cabin. On the way, he had come across few passengers, and except for the ones who had joined the refectory at the time of his awakening, it was very likely that these people had met the same unfortunate fate as those mentioned by the tattooed guy and the gorgeous woman during the meeting. Currently, the soldiers and volunteer players were actively checking each of the hypersleep capsules in order to count each of the ship's passengers. From time to time, a shot would ring out. Their victims were either zombified passengers who had been dead for a long time or passengers in too critical a condition to be rescued. They could also be fluid ghosts, but not all soldiers could deal with this type of threat. This task fell to the fluid wielders of the Titan Pearl. Hearing rattling and scraping from behind a closed door on his way back, Jake had opened the door and discovered a broken hypersleep capsule, as well as a young woman smelling rotten with a hole between her eyes the size of an apricot pit. Too bad. The woman was young and must have been quite pretty when she was alive, but now even the flies wouldn't dare go near her. He had then personally confirmed that these passengers could not be saved. These bodies were clinically dead, but their spirit, body, and soul was still there, albeit in a degraded form. It was as if the fluid ghosts had been compelled to form without leaving their original bodies. Apart from grunting and repeating a few simple actions, these zombie passengers only obeyed a few instinctive impulses. Some wanted to devour and kill, while the zombie he had met had literally tried to strip him down while trying to kiss him. Or bite his face, he couldn't tell. With her breath smelling like the carrion of a rotten fish that had been dead for a century, Jake's immediate reflex had been to duck and retaliate with a full-powered telekinetic projection to avoid the slightest physical contact. The body being frail and not really holding his blow, a puddle of blood and organs had instantly repainted the room, and he left without turning back, deciding to leave the work to the professionals for the next times. When he finally closed the door of his cabin, the desire to throw himself into the king-size bed crossed his mind, but he held back. Instead, he said calmly to the void, "You can come out." An intangible entity then oozed out of his body and reformed itself in front of him to form a middle-aged man with a look less lost than at the time of his death. Recognizing his savior, he performed a deep bow to show his respect. "Master." "Why you call me that?" Jake was surprised at the change in honorific. "Because you saved me, and I'm used to serving." The ghost explained emotionally. "I called my previous master the same way." Do you have any memories of this master? Unfortunately not. Maybe it will come back over time. Let's hope so. Jake nodded without much conviction. Instead, tell me what you know about the fluid and how I can improve. As you wish. The deceased accepted obediently without showing the slightest hint of surprise. He had already understood that his new master was not a human of this world. Every individual in this universe, from human to bacterium, has a fluid core. This is also true for single-celled organisms, and since complex beings are also made up of cells, this means that in addition to a central fluid core, each cell has its own fluid core. This organ bridges the gap with the fluid in the atmosphere, which is an energy that no one really understands, but which is of great benefit to us. What we do know is that this energy is all around us and interconnects us all together. The fluid is seen as alive by some, and as an amalgam of disordered emotions from every living being that is part of this fluid web for others. Under normal circumstances, and for most people, the fluid core is said to be atrophied or closed, regardless of its initial size. The fluid has difficulty entering the core and even more difficulty leaving it to reach the meridians. With few exceptions, these people are doomed never to become fluid wielders. Those who are sufficiently talented and receptive to the fluid will generally have a larger and therefore more open fluid core, but this is not always true. The fluid passively manages to circulate in their bodies, which gradually creates a virtuous circle that strengthens their bodies and fluid core and thus their sensitivity to fluid. When the fluid core reaches the size of a grain of rice, it is referred to as fluid acolyte or acolyte fluid core, and the fluid wielder becomes able to perceive the fluid surrounding him. This is the minimum prerequisite for becoming a fluid wielder. For a person without talent, a closed fluid core will take decades to promote its wearer to the rank of fluid acolyte. At this point, it's already too late to start training. The training of a fluid wielder is a slow process of accumulation, and unless there is a miracle or exceptional talent, there are no shortcuts, at least not within the reach of the average individual. This is why most fluid wielders have been diagnosed with an acolyte fluid core before the age of 10, which corresponds to about 1 in 100 people. Once the fluid acolyte level is reached, formal training can begin. Just meditate by clearing your mind and focus on the area between the two eyes and the sensations it provides. The more this sensation is refined, the stronger our connection to the fluid. It is then enough to maintain this connection as long as possible and repeatedly. Then, year after year, the fluid core and the practitioner's body will be strengthened until a kind of third eye is developed to perceive the external fluid. For individuals like you with a closed innate squire fluid core, if not detected in time, they will remain normal people. With the help of a fluid grandmaster or several masters working together, it can be forcibly opened after a few sessions. Alas, these masters are not really known for their altruism. Except for their family or an exceptional disciple, they will never do this. As for the fluid wielder's powers, most are understood instinctively and are practically innate. They awaken on their own as the awareness and understanding of the fluid increases. Except for a few consortium geniuses who will be personally trained by grandmasters to become inquisitors, most fluid wielders are self-taught. Still, we find in everyone a marked regeneration increase, a longer lifespan, a powerful spirit, and increased reflexes. Prescience and foresight are also common among fluid wielders and come from the very nature of the fluid web. Since everything is connected to it, the accepted theory is that reaching out to the fluid allows one to achieve a sense of omniscience and omnipresence. Even if this is not verifiable, it is indeed true that high-level fluid wielders often act enigmatically, as if they were anticipating thousands of moves in advance. Sometimes a fluid wielder doesn't even know why he's acting this way, but a few years later he realizes that this previous action saved him from a disaster. After this long introduction, Jake asked a few more questions and immediately began experimenting. With the fluid ghost's assistance and his own extensive experience as a novice etherist, he got the hang of it in no time at all. His fluid core qualified him as a fluid squire. This was a relatively low level that most talented consortium disciples didn't reach until they were in their teens. Because his fluid core had never been opened, his meridians were atrophied, but that was not a problem for him. For this issue, he had his high body constitution and vitality. A fluid wielder of this level could vaguely feel the fluid around and inside him without even trying to calm himself down particularly. Yet, they still couldn't use this energy to fight proactively. In terms of fighting ability, if it wasn't for their reflexes, they wouldn't be much more effective than a trained soldier with a proper firearm. The dead fluid wielder had given him plenty of advice, but despite his politeness, it was clear that he didn't really believe that Jake could accomplish anything notorious in such a short period, especially with a closed core. Talent had its limits. That's why when Jake simply closed his eyes and all the fluid within 10 meters was instantly siphoned into his fluid core, the fluid ghost practically dissipated out of sheer fright. The neglected fluid core first cracked like popcorn, then began to expand to the naked eye, and every cell swelled accordingly to accommodate the new energy. Simultaneously, his ether core continued to absorb ether, and after about an hour, a second crackling sound resounded in his skull, followed by a powerful mental blast. He had just become a fluid knight. Chapter 394 Ambush. And Jake didn't stop there. With his consciousness almost merging with his fluid core, his perception of the surrounding world had suddenly changed, as had his perception of time. Focusing like that, he just couldn't stop. He could already say that his bloodline abilities were compatible with fluid. He hadn't tested his powers through his fluid core yet, but he was already pretty sure it would work. The only thing he couldn't clearly estimate at this point was whether the effects would deviate from their normal functioning. The reason Jake was progressing so fast, accomplishing in a few hours what should have taken months or even years for a native, was twofold. The first was that the handling of ether and fluid had a lot in common. Both required a powerful spirit body, high intelligence, and perception. For a native fluid wielder, the fluid replaced the ether, and their bodies and minds were so adapted to the former that they could no longer even feel the existence of the ether that was supposed to be the source of all things. It was an evolutionary dead end, making them dependent on this new energy. To depend entirely on the nourishing properties of fluid to strengthen one's spirit body and other mental attributes took a considerable amount of time. In addition, the very existence of their fluid core on the anatomical level condemned them not to awaken their extrasensory perception easily. Furthermore, it was only from the rank of fluid master that the people of this world would truly become able to take the first step towards perfect evolution. Before that, their bodies were basically normal, and their brains were nothing special. All these steps Jake had ignored. His spirit body, and ether stats were well above average, while his ether stat of extrasensory perception had long since been unlocked. The second aspect of his swift progression was that he did not need to seek, like the natives, a connection to the fluid through meditation and a relaxed mental state. He could just subdue this energy by sheer willpower. His mind was resilient enough for that. If a fluid master or grandmaster assisted a beginner in this way by forcing their body to absorb vast amounts of fluid, the fluid core would explode because of the energy overflow, and the meridians might be irreversibly damaged. Again, Jake's body constitution and vitality guaranteed that this method was safe for him. His fluid core had cracked several times, but his spontaneous regeneration had no trouble following. In other words, his rate of progress was not that extraordinary. He was simply converting his ether accomplishments into another form more suited to this world. This was only possible because the oracle system had given him the physiology of a native the time of this ordeal. 2 days later, A.V. Shanmin's voice echoed loudly throughout the ship, and Jake came out of his trance. "Ladies and gentlemen, we have passed through the electromagnetic storm jamming our communications, and will reach the Yotai Shuren 3 space station in about 3 hours. There we will make a thorough checkup of the ship along with any necessary maintenance and repairs, and we invite you to stay in your cabins throughout this period. Of course, all services aboard the Titan Pearl remain free of charge and at your entire disposal." They have already repaired the communications? Jake murmured, somewhat astonished. They had worked fast. The general's speech was just a matter of principle to reassure the few normal passengers of the Titan Pearl. The crew and the players on board all knew that the ship had been sabotaged from the inside long before entering the turbulence zone. The pirate attack was no secret to anyone, but officially it had been handled in an exemplary manner. The enemy ship had even been destroyed and their captain captured. Emi-wan being a fluid master whose feats of arms were infamously acknowledged far and wide. The thesis was credible, and the passengers' wavering confidence in the Titan Pearl's crew had been amply restored. After opening his eyes, Jake calmly assessed his body and sensations before concluding in his head, "My fluid core is now the size of an eye and is as opaque as a black hole. I should be at the level of a fluid adept about to advance." Jake was more than satisfied with his achievement. If the consortium's fluid wielders knew that he had gone from an atrophied squire fluid core to an adept fluid core to the verge of being promoted, they most likely would have placed a bounty on his head to capture him dead or alive so they could turn him into a lab rat and unravel all of his secrets. The fluid ghost in particular was extremely moved. For him, it was a divine miracle. The more exceptional his new master was, the better it was for him. After all, he would depend on his master in the future to survive. Jake's ether and fluid fluctuations were so strong that just standing by was enough to feed his intangible carcass. "How do you feel, master?" the ghost asked reverently with a bow. Jake briefly merged his consciousness with his fluid core to gain control of his fluid, and feeling full of energy, he burst out laughing before answering. "I couldn't feel better." For him, it was a harmless sentence. But for the fluid ghost, this laughter and these few words had a completely different connotation, because without realizing it, his eyes had turned black, the white of his eyes included, and a sinister, mysterious aura had started to ooze out of his body. Jake didn't feel the difference, but like the natives of this world, he was now under the fluid's influence, with all the advantages and perils that this entailed. It was a mysterious state. Now that his core was more developed, he could say that fluid was not necessarily inferior to ether. Its possibilities were not as infinite, but its use was simpler. If manipulating the raw ether was akin to using an overriding programming language like binary, the fluid was an available energy supplied with a pre-programmed script. Besides providing a simplified language for its manipulation, the fluid literally helped every fluid user to use it correctly. If the ether was a low-tier energy, the fluid could be called a high-tier energy. Easy to use and intuitive, but limited in its possibilities. With a mind powerful enough, talking about omniscience while connecting to the fluid was not completely wrong. If an individual could really understand its nature, the knowledge obtained would be exceptional, but no matter how it was interpreted, it would be flawed. By ignoring the essential component that made up the ether, omniscience could not really be achieved. This meant that this ordeal world was an evolutionary dead end. According to Jake, the only way for a native to realize this was to strengthen sufficiently their spirit, body, and consciousness to the point of realizing the existence of ether. Except that in order to get to that point, one would probably have to become a fluid grandmaster, and at that level, it was virtually impossible for such an expert to give up on fluid in order to focus on ether, which existed in this world only in trace amounts. Taking advantage of the 3 hours he had left, Jake did a few more tests to familiarize himself with his new abilities and left his cabin about 30 minutes before landing with a satisfied smile on his face. Though not for long. "Jake Wilderth," a soldier asked politely, blocking his way. The individual was wearing an officer's cap and his tilted head was hiding his face. His right hand tightly clutched a carbon tube to his belt, not even trying to hide his hostility. Jake thought he had memorized the faces of all the officers present at the hangar to greet Emi-wan, but this man did not ring a bell. All of the officers he had met rarely walked unescorted, especially after the discovery of the sabotage. Himself, he finally replied, "I am very relieved. You can die now." The soldier chuckled evilly with no warning, and when he raised his head, 2 black eyes met his gaze. As Jake squinted his eyes, his vision darkened and he got dizzy for a second. When he regained consciousness, 2 fingers covered with a halo of dark energy were closing in dangerously within an inch of his glabella, and a piercing pain immediately assailed his senses. Faced with this life or death situation, his instincts kicked in and a devastating wave combining telekinesis, plasma, and radiation exploded forth from his being, blasting away his aggressor. The assassin, disguised as a soldier, shot back to the end of the corridor over 50 meters away, only coming to a stop by crashing into the metal wall at its end. The same dark aura covering his fingers enveloped his body to cushion the impact, but the wall still caved in behind him. He then collapsed to the ground on all fours, half knocked unconscious, spitting out a gush of blood, vomit, and guts. The dark energy enveloping his body had disappeared, as had his clothes and equipment except for the tube in his other hand. The entire front part of his body was charred and his face had literally melted away. Most of his bones were fractured and he could barely breathe with his mouth, but his burning lungs ensured he would not survive much longer. A shame. Jake lamented bitterly as he turned off his berserk mode. If he hadn't panicked by instinct and retaliated with all his might, he could have interrogated him and moved forward with his investigation. A precious opportunity to improve his ordeal rating had been wasted just like that. Even though he seemed relaxed, he had just brushed with death. Thinking back on that mental attack, he couldn't help but shudder. He thought his spiritual strength was good enough to handle most players and natives. He now knew that it wasn't. That native had really almost killed him. If his mind had been any weaker, those fingers would have punctured his brain before he could react. And considering the target area, this guy was after his fluid core. If he had used the tube in his other hand to attack instead of his 2 fingers, he certainly would have succeeded. As if to prove him right, the dying soldier breathed his last in utter apathy, and a humanoid, almost solid fluid ghost came out a split second later. I failed. My gluttony will be my downfall. He won't be happy. The fluid ghost sighed in disappointment. Without giving Jake a chance to question it, the intangible spirit floated up to the ceiling without giving him so much as a glance and vanished as it had come. He was about to inspect the corpse when his bracelet suddenly activated, letting Will's grave voice come through. Jake, you have to come see this. Chapter 395 Landing. A few minutes later, Jake reached the front of the ship in the second control room. This secondary Sosik pit and operations center was less exposed than the initial room destroyed by the pirate invasion. It was also much smaller. The place was designed like a bunker, narrow, austere, but very well defended. At the heart of Compartment A, this room was protected by multiple layers of armor and optimal security, but that was not all it had to offer. The space monitoring relied entirely on the surveillance and detection systems in place. While the communications were disabled, the Titan Pearl was basically piloted blind. The other major disadvantage was that this room was far from the hangars and rescue shuttles bordering the ship. In the event of a major incident compromising the integrity of the ship, the staff would be the least likely to escape. Jake, you're finally here. Will gave him a hug and led him hurriedly inside, as if there wasn't a second to lose. Still, perceiving the vacant expression of his leader, he hesitantly asked, "Something bothering you?" Jake shook his head and followed him as he explained shortly. I was attacked by a fluid adept just before your call. A pirate, a player, or the saboteur? Will inquired with an understanding frown. Hard to say. Probably the saboteur, but the other 2 possibilities are not to be excluded. Alas, they are even more likely. Will stroked his chin silently as he tried to unravel the mystery, but he gave up almost immediately. There were too many elements missing for them at the moment. Did you kill him? He then asked, remembering that Jake hadn't mentioned this major detail. Yes and no. I killed him physically, but his spirit escaped in the form of a fluid ghost. I come to wonder if this individual was not controlled from the start. Even if we identify the assassin, the trail will probably be a dead end. Who are you talking about? The general's shrill voice suddenly exploded in their ears, bringing an end to their discussion. Jake shrugged, too lazy to answer. Fortunately, Will was there to smoothen things out. Jake was attacked by the saboteur. At least, that's our theory. He reported it concisely, hiding nothing. The impetuous young woman was deeply taken aback by the report. Where is the corpse? She asked urgently. A charred corpse reeking of burnt blood and barbecue popped up out of nowhere in front of them, startling AV Shanman backwards and drawing the attention of the other officers and players present. Emiwan and his 2 loyal right-hand men also approached with undisguised curiosity. A fluid adept whose gland has been removed. Who is he? The pirate captain asked, raising an intrigued eyebrow. Edmund, the young woman said promptly. Let me check. The bearded officer inserted his identification key into a nearby device, and the data of all the passengers quickly flashed before his eyes. With a photo of the victim, he identified him in a matter of seconds. Corporal Virgil Rowley, age 28, fluid squire. one of the people responsible for the safety of the maintenance personnel in Compartment C. This is his first flight aboard the Titan Pearl, but his profile is clean. His wife and 3-year-old son are among the passengers aboard the ship. Send a team to check on his family. But if they're not already dead, they probably don't know anything. Avi Shanmin ordered immediately. She may have had a temper, but at least she knew how to take the appropriate decisions when needed. Then she sighed heavily. This mess doesn't look good to me. Anyway, they wanted to get us to this station, and we're finally there. For the moment, we will have to play the game of this conspiracy's instigator. Why did you bring me here? Jake quickly changed the subject. This soldier's death was tragic, but he saw himself as the victim. After all, he was the one who had been ambushed for no reason. Remembering why he had contacted Jake, Will said directly, "We found the distress beacon." Oh, Jake was surprised. He didn't think it would be that simple, but on the other hand, it was absolutely not surprising. From the beginning, he had suspected that once the storm passed, the signals inside would become detectable again. However, when he saw the confusion of the players present, but also that of the Titan Pearl's native officers, he realized that something was wrong. What's the problem? There's not just one emergency beacon, but 22. The handsome player with a pale face and red eyes enlightened him with a smile. Jake's eyes opened wide, but he picked himself up right away. It complicated things, but it wasn't a big deal. Instead of investigating a distress signal and possibly saving what could be saved, they would just have to repeat the procedure 16 more times. It was laborious, but not necessarily more complicated considering that their main mission did not require them to rescue anyone. It's unexpected, but it doesn't make much difference. Why is my presence here necessary? He finally asked after a few seconds of consideration. Avi Shanmin wasn't a player, but they could sense that these strange passengers were there for these beacons. Normally, this would have aroused her suspicion, but the situation was so serious that she could only appreciate these welcome reinforcements. The Titan Pearl is the 23th settler ship traveling to Riva 2. The bearded officer named Edmund took the young general's place to clarify matters. Exactly 22 beacons were detected. You mean? Precisely, the veteran confirmed gloomily. Given that the first ship left 56 years ago and the 22 beacons are still here, we'd be fools if we didn't realize we'd fallen into a trap. Someone high up wanted to bring us here. Jake pondered this revelation for a long time, but ultimately he was still unsure why these soldiers trusted them so much. The fact that the ship's passengers were infested with players should have aroused their mistrust. Luckily, since most players had spontaneously defended the ship during the pirate attack, most officers were willing to take that risk, or at least use them as cannon fodders. It was the logic of the most clueless, though. After being defeated effortlessly by Jake, Avi Shanmin and the senior officers present at least knew that if these players wanted to eliminate them, it would be exceedingly simple. Therefore, only one plausible hypothesis remained. Sweeping the room with a glance, the absence of some individuals confirmed his doubts. "You don't trust the Consortium Inquisitors," he declared coolly. Avi and the officers present chuckled awkwardly, without even trying to deny it. Indeed, they didn't trust those Consortium dogs. Even for a player like him who disdained plotting or playing politics, he could perfectly well imagine who was making the high-stakes decisions. Ultimately, the Third Brotherhood was part of the Galactic Consortium and was therefore acting on its behalf. He had other questions to ask, but regrettably he was not given the opportunity to do so. A soldier suddenly emerged panting from the sisik pit in the adjacent room, and after a quick military salute, he shouted bluntly, "Yotai Shurin 3 is in sight. Landing imminent." So it began. The bearded officer sighed with disappointment. For Jake, it was a mysterious comment, but for the players who had attended the earlier meetings, it was crystal clear. The order to land directly on the space station had never been given. Over the previous days, the maintenance personnel had realized that the sabotage of communications had only served as a cover for a more ambitious tampering. A virus that could not be purged had somehow corrupted their system. A flight plan that could not be canceled had been programmed without their knowledge, and they could do nothing to cancel it. Even after all their efforts, they weren't sure if they were really in control of the ship. Avi Shanmin was quick to inform the passengers, doing her best to keep them calm. urging them to take advantage of the ship's various services and entertainment for the umpteenth time in a few hours. As for the players present, they contacted the non-attending members of their faction and asked them to proceed to the disembarkation hangar. Jake did the same, and a few minutes later, he was standing with Will at one of the hangar's BALU.S. trades. All of his comrades were at his side. During the landing maneuver, the Titan Pearl trembled several times, making rustling, gearing, and gassing noises. As the ship approached the station of which they didn't even have an overview, Jake, whose premonitory instincts had been magnified by the advancement of his fluid core, felt a maelstrom of danger and negativity pervading them. This was one of the fluid's drawbacks. Imbued with the emotions and D point, E point, S point, I point, R point, ES of every life form connected to it, this energy was not really neutral. It was easy to be affected. The more powerful a fluid wielder was, the greater the danger. In comparison, a normal person would probably not have felt anything special. The ether was not that different, but still much more neutral. Common terms like killing intent or murdering aura were vague and impalpable, but very real. Spirit-body fluctuations could actually affect the ether and individuals in close proximity with the proper techniques and attributes. Except that with the fluid, these factors were magnified and much harder to suppress. At last, moments later, a thud resounded in the landing shed, shaking the entire Pearl Titan. They had arrived on Yotai Shuren 3. Chapter 396 Space Station. Once the ship was docked, all the people in the crowded hangar held their breath almost like they were expecting an impending disaster. The stifling silence and stagnant atmosphere lasted for almost 5 minutes before the female general deigned to lower the gangplank. Far from being immediately assaulted by thousands of nightmarish aliens, it was a scenery both plain and unsettling that unfolded before their eyes. No light, no sound. The current was conspicuously cut off. Although everyone had donned a proper protective suit, or at the very least a gas mask for the most confident, the first tests soon confirmed to them that the atmosphere was perfectly breathable and the temperature still within tolerable limits. It was a little chilly, just a couple of degrees warmer than a refrigerator, but that was no big deal for these properly outfitted players and soldiers. "Begin the landing," Avi yelled out in a bossy way. "Teams 2, 3, and 7 scout. I want a report in 30 minutes. Teams 1 and 3, take some engineers with you and get the power back on. If not, deploy some generators and make sure we have light. Team 4 and 8 set up camp. The rest of you, set up a security perimeter. At your command. Loud and clear. It will be done right this minute." Upon receiving their orders, squads of soldiers consisting of about 20 individuals dispersed professionally and methodically like a well-oiled machine. Jake and the other players realized for the first time that these soldiers were not entirely useless. If the players had been in charge of the initial probe, each group would probably have kept information to themselves and cooperation would have been rendered impractical or grossly insincere. With the Titan Pearl's general personally handling this matter, any problems related to their inability to trust each other were resolved, at least for the time being. "What do we do?" Vincent asked, gripping his assault rifle nervously. On the surface he seemed indifferent, but he was obviously eager for action. Jake stared at the darkness stretching out in front of them for a moment, then quietly replied, "Nothing. We wait." His cousin and Kevin nearby showed disappointed faces, but on the inside they were not in the least surprised. Their faction was far from being the only one to embrace this approach. Scouring a gigantic space station in complete darkness that might be harboring a fluid grandmaster plus an army of parasitic aliens was such a stupid idea that any player with at least 3 functional neurons would be able to discard it. There were some stupid players, though. Although all the races participating in this ordeal were essentially human in appearance, this did not mean that their cognitive abilities were all equivalent. Based on his own experience, Jake had recognized at least one species that fit this profile among the participants present. This human species was currently the first aliens Jake had ever confronted at the red cube of his first ordeal. They were called the Nawayas. They were a race of humans with primitive technology and tribal culture. Their skin was the color of mud and their iris and hair was a phosphorescent blue-green color whose exact hue could vary from one individual and tribe to another. It was a species characterized like many other species by sexual dimorphism, except that unlike Homo sapiens, these traits were accentuated. Where a woman Earthling could assume the same functions as a man Earthling and vice versa, it was definitely more difficult for the Nawayas. The men were mountains of muscles, with a prominent jaw and heights ranging from 2 to 3 meters high. Their vocabulary was limited to a few thousand words, and their syntax was crude. Their temperament was equally bestial and impulsive, and their society was unable to maintain its stability once the number of individuals grew too large. This is why they had adopted a tribe division, generally limited to a few dozen individuals. Even the most respectable tribes did not exceed 5,000 members. Although these Nawaya men had only brute strength to offer, they were nevertheless ambitious, possessive, extremely lusty, and remarkably easy to provoke. They knew no fear, and until they experienced defeat directly, it was impossible for them to learn from their mistakes or fear anyone or anything. The Nawaya women did have mud-colored skin, but apart from that they looked like normal human women. Their intelligence was also far superior to that of the males, and this gave them some influence over their tribe, though on condition that they were willing to bend to the insatiable urges of the males. Under normal circumstances, the equilibrium of influence between the two genders was relatively well distributed. If the men were strong, but dumb, horny, and violent, they depended on the women to heal their wounds, to build, or to make sensible decisions. While the society remained patriarchal in their primitive world, it was not as extreme as it seemed. The arrival of the oracle devices had put an end to this precarious balance. Because the Nawaya men were possessive, they had immediately taken advantage of the existence of the slave contracts to reaffirm their authority. Moreover, thanks to the ether of intelligence, they had finally begun to overcome some of their intellectual deficiencies. One of the female slaves that Yerode and Lamine had enslaved was precisely a Nawaya that they had acquired ownership of by butchering her husband, or in any case the male who owned her at the time. Compared to his first ordeal, where all the humans present had witnessed speechlessly their tendency to fornicate on open ground, the Nawayas had nevertheless evolved substantially. They no longer fornicated like animals, but this was unfortunately not quite enough. Their instincts were not so simple to overcome. If Jake and Sarah struggled to keep their urges in check, it was easy to imagine what must be going through the minds of these retarded aliens. Thus, it came as no surprise that 100 or so Nawayas rushed fearlessly into the pitch-dark station, scattering fearlessly through the various metal corridors while uttering guttural roars. Some even more reckless Nawayas ventured out alone, so full of arrogance that for those unfamiliar with them one might have thought they were genuinely powerful. But for players like Jake, they were just a joke. Tragically, most Nawaya females had no choice but to follow their leader, husband, or owner. Only 2 of them stayed behind in the ship, probably because they were powerful or influential enough to assert their opinion. Obviously, if there were patriarchal alien societies, there were also matriarchal species. A group of backward-looking women with chalky white eyes, as if they were all blind, made no secret of their contempt when they saw these dumb bastards fade into the darkness. Their glare was even more disdainful of the women chasing after them. Behind these proud women, sturdy and handsome humans stood rigidly behind them with slavish and idolatrous expressions. Their situation was truly the opposite of the previous people. Of course, Jake and the other vigilant players hadn't missed any of this. All those players who chose to wait for the scouts to return had naturally not done so out of fear or caution alone. It was also to gather as much information as possible about their competitors. Whether they end up collaborating or competing in the future, all this preparatory work would not have been in vain. While the scouting teams were doing their job, Jake soon grew tired of all these players staring at his faction like a juicy piece of meat. Those who gave him intimidating glances or calmly stared at him were still fine, but all those who were ogling licentiously at Sarah and the 2 sisters were a real pain to deal with. Jake wasn't the jealous type, but even Will was finding it annoying. The 2 sisters were used to catching everyone's eye wherever they went, but they weren't the type to show off. Without the protection of their guards, they were even somewhat self-conscious. Sarah, on the other hand, seemed to relish this kind of attention. The continual teasing, Insistent glances as well as the faint smile she threw at them in turns only made things worse. After a while, Jake snapped. "Sarah, stop it." "Stop what?" She quibbled in a falsely ignorant tone. "You know what?" Jake rebuked coldly. "I don't know what you're talking about." She beat around the bush innocently and at the same time winked at one of the tattooed men, drooling so much you could have moped the whole shed with his saliva. Obviously, she was doing it on purpose. In the end, Jake just sighed in exasperation. Enya and Essia also gave him an apologetic look. They didn't know how to handle her either. Perhaps the solution to appease such provocative and spiteful women was incredibly simple. A bold man would have simply grabbed her by the waist and kissed her fiercely, but that simply wasn't his character. It just never crossed his mind. It was actually the opposite. The more Sarah tried to provoke him by making him jealous, the more she ticked him off. In this ordeal context, it was even infuriating him. Clearly, if a month earlier he wasn't sure how he felt about her, he was pretty sure now that he didn't love her. They were just too different, and he didn't want to spend his life tormenting himself about how to handle her venomous personality. Sarah had missed the boat. Because she was popular and used to appealing, she had followed a tried and tested method to win him over, but on Jake it was sadly doomed to failure. In a different way, she was just as bad a psychologist as he was. "If you don't know what I'm talking about, I guess all I have to do is invite all those men who stare at you," Jake quipped finally with a fake smile. "I'm sure at least one of them will take it as a green light from me to woo you in the proper way. With the signals you're sending them, I hope you're mentally prepared, because I won't lift a finger." It was an ordeal, not a playground. It was about time she woke up. Sarah's face turned ugly in a split second, but contrary to the response he had hoped for, instead of settling down and backing off, she became even bolder. "No need. I'm going to check them out myself," she declared boastfully. The whole group was dumbfounded, not just Jake. The two sisters in particular were especially horrified. Before they could say anything to change her mind, Sarah was already gone, marching valiantly towards a faction full of complete strangers. Chapter 397 Survivors. After a couple of steps, Jake and the others quickly realized that Sarah wasn't as fearless and resolute as she appeared to be. Instead of approaching the tattooed player obediently leering at her, she had chosen to walk towards the bunch of pale men and women who never paid the slightest heed to her. "Excuse me, will your group accept one more person?" Sarah asked sweetly, putting on her most charming smile. Upon discovering the young fair-haired woman in front of him, far from being flattered, the handsome man standing out in front raised his eyebrows, but perhaps out of a sense of etiquette, he kept his gentleman poise. The splendid woman at his side, however, was not so lenient when she sensed the arrival of a female competitor of the same kind as her. "Go back to where you came from. We don't want you here." She waved her hand in front of Sarah, as if she was chasing a mosquito. Her attitude could hardly have looked more dismissive. The handsome man at her side was much more refined and kept an indifferent smile on his face, but his inaction demonstrated that he was not against it. Without a valid reason, he had no incentive to accept a complete stranger of unknown intentions. If someone had told him that the young woman had just acted out of sheer impulse to render Jake jealous, he probably wouldn't have believed it. Though, that was really what happened. Of course, Sarah didn't spit the truth. She was bold, but not so brave as to explain her reasons from a distance where Jake and the others would easily be able to hear her. It was the stunning pale woman who, as a fellow vixen, saw through her acting. Her eyes swayed quickly from Sarah to Jake, and the more than obvious body language of the blonde woman, as well as Jake's genuinely upset look, revealed everything she wanted to know. In the face of Sarah's obvious motives and overflowing emotions, the pale woman was somewhat taken aback, but she readily ignored this minor detail. There were so many species and bloodlines in the mirror universe that all sorts of temperaments existed, even among humans. It was not because their intelligence was evolving rapidly that this state of affairs had changed, quite the contrary. Still, the changes in Sarah's behavior were rather abrupt, and for her comrades who knew her well, it was somewhat baffling. In particular, Kyle, who had known her for several years, had difficulty reconciling the image of the former Sarah with the one in front of him behaving in a completely irrational way to stir up the jealousy of a single man, who was anyway patently unconcerned if not annoyed by her shenanigans. If Kyle could feel these changes, the two sisters, Will and Jake, could also see that something was wrong. Don't you think she's acting weird? Jake asked for the opinion of his Oracle AI while keeping his eyes on Sarah. The bewitching swaying of her hips was certainly a plesiousuri to the eyes, but it was his attention to the smallest detail that drove his rude action. Do you think she fell under the influence of a fluid ghost or one of those parasitic aliens? She speculated disinterestedly. She was not a fan of this theory. Why bother finding a reason when Sarah could simply be so deep in love with him that she became stupid? Why did he always have to underestimate himself? Haha, I don't think so. Jake smiled wryly. If she did, it would actually be good news. Unfortunately, it started long before the third ordeal. I thought for a while that her inferiority complex, Myrmidian personality, and feelings could explain her lack of maturity, but not anymore. At first, she wanted to retort that he was making excuses and justifications that she didn't deserve, but she paused before saying something stupid. Eventually, she conceded. It's quite possible. In fact, it is more than likely. How is it that we missed it? We didn't. Jake objected coolly. We knew that she had accepted the Chaos Zorian bloodline as a reward for the previous ordeal. Her orange eyes were an obvious sign, and she didn't try to hide it when we asked everyone to share their skills to optimize our cooperation. However, nothing prevented her from hiding the drawbacks of accepting this specific bloodline. It would seem that the consequences on temperament are greater than we thought. When we returned from the second ordeal, the bloodline had just been assimilated and the physical transformation was far from over. Although the physical differences are subtle, the resulting impact on her character has only intensified. There remains the possibility that between the ordeals, the stress, the fear, and all these conflicting emotions, she lost her temper and her true nature came to light. Maybe she's always been a toxic, irrational bitch when she falls in love. His Oracle AI still reminded him not to dismiss the obvious for a more convenient truth. Sure, I'm not an idiot. Jake finally loosened up. Let's see how it plays out. Ultimately, he was disappointed. Sarah continued to beg politely and sweetly despite the sarcasm of the gorgeous woman and the silence of the handsome man, proving that she could keep her nerve when she was determined. In the end, the handsome man welcomed her into his group to everyone's surprise and made her promise to obey his every command. However, he did not invite her to join his faction. Sarah's intentions being impure, it was already highly impressive that he tolerated her presence. Nevertheless, Sarah's move did create dissension among the male players and not only in Jake's group. Those she had teased with her mischievous looks and languid poses felt deeply betrayed when she chose this sissy pale man. By welcoming Sarah into his group, the handsome man had also made himself a number of enemies. Jake, Will whispered with a worried expression. He was afraid of Jake doing something stupid. He also gave a warning look to Kyle, who made no secret of his indignation and resentment towards the blonde girl. Both sisters were also deeply affected. They were torn between defending their friend and doing nothing. Sadly, deep down they knew that Sarah was impossible to reason with. They had been trying for a whole month to bring her to her senses. No matter how hard they tried, it wasn't enough. Don't worry. Jake comforted the businessman with a pat on the shoulder before turning to the others. As for Amy at the time, it's her choice. I don't force anyone to follow me. As dangerous as these ordeals are, the first 4 won't kill us. If you want to make mistakes, it's now or never. If you take it for granted that this ordeal is just a game with no consequences, you will be much more relaxed about what comes next. Hopefully, Sarah will pull herself together. Even if she doesn't, she has nothing to fear. The rest of the group was stunned listening to his speech, but upon careful consideration, they realized that it made perfect sense. As terrible and idiotic as Sarah's actions were, the very nature of the first 4 ordeals ensured that she could afford to behave like a fool. Of course, this would not be totally without consequences. If she was eliminated prematurely or indulged instead of striving to improve her rating, her growth would be affected, and so would her potential to perform well on B842 or in future ordeals. Yet, with the support of her companions, failure was not a fatality in itself. Kyle was glaring proof of this. Although he had failed miserably on his second ordeal, he could count on his comrades to make up for this mistake. At the moment, he was probably the one who had the most reason to be happy among them. Because he had been so lousy during the previous ordeal, His oracle rank and abilities were among the lowest of their faction, and his ordeal's main mission was, therefore, the simplest. By surviving until the Titan Pearl was docked to the Yotai Shuren 3 space station, he had already fulfilled the objective of his main mission. In comparison, Jake and the others still had no clue as to how to solve the mystery behind all those distress beacons. Now that they knew that the previous 16 expeditions of the Third Brotherhood to Riva II had gotten lost here, they had even more doubts than before. For those who only had to find clues to succeed in their main mission, the Fluid Ghost's discovery and the pirate's testimony had unfortunately not been considered valid finds. They would have to dig a little more than that. After Sarah's defection, Jake and the others were no longer in the mood for jokes and waited patiently for the return of the scouting units. Just 30 minutes later, as requested by Avi, the scouts sent to explore the station returned unharmed, to the utmost relief of the general and her officers. Only one team was late. A few minutes later, the power was even restored and the station's intact neon lights lit up one after the other, sizzling. However, during their lighting phase, these dazzling neon flickered stroboscopically several times, imprinting their retinas and blinding them briefly before stabilizing for good. No one noticed during these black lapses that spectral shapes, as inconspicuous as shadows, infiltrated the Titan Pearl under their nose. Even the vigilant players like Jake did not see a thing. An hour later, the last team of scouts returned unharmed, but not alone. They were accompanied by a group of survivors in poor condition. They were all young, but their bodies were emaciated and their expressions bewildered, as if they could not acclimatize to the light. The slightest noise seemed to startle them. Alonzo. Recognizing the young man at their head, the young general shouted excitedly before throwing herself into his arms. Chapter 398 Argument. In the face of all this drama, Jake carefully watched the man known as Alonzo, who despite his extreme thinness and muddled look shared some resemblance with the young general, embracing him with all her might as if she never wanted to let him go again. Although Avi was overwhelmed by the happiness of their reunion, the survivor did not return her embrace. His arms were dangling, hanging limply along his body without resisting the warm hug of the weeping young woman. At first glance, all noticed that they had the same dark hair, the same almond-shaped eyes, and the same face shape. Above all, both of them were rather small, which reinforced this feeling of familiarity. 2 or 3 years apart, they were as alike as 2 peas in a pod. Without taking too much risk, Jake could already tell that they were most likely siblings. The major difference between the 2 siblings was that Alonzo hadn't seen the shadow of a pair of scissors, nor had he enjoyed the slightest ray of sunshine for ages. Combined with his dumbness and his jerky and startled head movements reminiscent of a pigeon's gait, he really seemed to be out of sorts. After a long time, peppered with screams and tears, Avi separated from his brother and took an interest for the first time in the other survivors accompanying him. 7 women, 5 men, and every one of them was in the same deplorable state. Alonzo, what happened? Tell me everything, it's important. Avi finally asked after wiping her tears of joy with her sleeve. Only then did she realize that her brother Alonzo and the other survivors were behaving strangely. On hearing her question, the young man tilted his head with curiosity, but remained silent. It was the kind of reaction a wild animal might have had when hearing a human voice for the first time. Starting to panic, she repeated the question to the other survivors, but her increasingly aggressive tone only further traumatized them. With each shout, the survivors would shiver like epileptics, within a hair's breadth of running away. In addition, they kept blinking as they sought to escape from the neon lights. When she shook Alonzo violently in the hope of getting a reaction, Emiwan stopped her by pressing firmly on her shoulder. Don't bother. He grunted in a hoarse voice. I've seen these symptoms before. They have been spared by the hunters and controllers, but they have been breathing the air and fluid on this station for too long. Maybe they're just traumatized, but after all this time you have to assume that all the survivors are being used as cattle or slaves to the parasites infesting this station. The pirate captain's warning had the effect of a cold shower for the general, who struggled to quell her feelings. She had an entire crew and tens of thousands of passengers depending on her mental clarity and decisions for survival. She could not lose her equanimity, let alone in front of her men. Can anyone check to see if they are infected? Avi requested loudly as she turned to the few players she was starting to grow familiar with. I know that some of you have your own methods for checking this. Indeed, all the perceptive officers had noticed how easily Jake and the others were able to distinguish infected pirates from healthy pirates. The arrogant Aegean with long hair and leafy green eyebrows named Mehangel took the opportunity to show off. He was one of the players who in their complacency had not deigned to use their scan on captured pirates. As a result, there was a high probability that his faction was responsible for the infiltration of parasites aboard the Titan Pearl. Even though he had been careful not to admit his mistake during previous meetings, he needed to show to the largest possible audience that he could be trusted. Giving himself a mystical air, he closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and raised his hand in front of him towards the survivors. Then, after a few seconds of posing, he breathed out all his air in a long rasp, opened his eyes, and put on a solemn face. Most of their organs are severely inflamed. Mehangel reported faithfully without omitting anything. They all suffer from varying degrees of kidney and liver failure. This man and these two women carried a parasite and survived. The others are healthy, but their brains contain the mentioned substance in small quantities, a sign that they were used as food for these aliens and then lobotomized to forget everything and remain under their control. I am afraid they are all-time bombs. Impossible, Ava exclaimed, rejecting the facts. Nevertheless, faced with the neutral and indifferent tone of the wood mage, she had to accept reality. Taking her brother's face in her hands with wet eyes, she stammered, "What did they do to you? Damn it." The last outburst was strikingly piercing and startled everyone, including Alonzo, who stumbled and fell backwards. Seeing the terrified look her brother gave her, she immediately softened and regained a gentle, cautious tone. Sorry. I'm really sorry. I didn't want to scare you." Alas, it was pointless. Alonzo seemed to have the intellectual capacities of a toddler. Although Avi was still hopeful, it was very clear to bystanders that her brother didn't recognize her. "What are we going to do with them?" The boss of the tattooed players gang suddenly croaked, drawing everyone's attention to himself. The tattooed giant was sitting on a chair he'd materialized from who knows where, his legs as wide apart as possible to assert his dominance in a typical example of manspreading. Though, maybe he just had big balls. At that moment, he was smoking a kind of long pipe and a cloud of opaque smoke enveloped him, making the soldiers and players nearby cough. Maybe because they lacked confidence or had other worries. Anyway, no one dared to raise the slightest remark to him. What to do with them? Mehangel snorted when he saw the giant stealing the spotlight from him. "Boris, if you already have the answer, why ask?" After these multiple meetings in the command room, the two faction leaders could be considered as acquainted with each other. Boris Slominsky was a Terran like Jake despite appearances. He and his gang came from every corner of the world, and not all of them were from Earth. But Boris and Hilda Sobel, his rebellious underling, were both from Bulgaria and knew each other before the ordeals. Before that, they were just two unimportant big guys. Boris had even been a bouncer in the past after a chaotic journey. The appearance of all of them had changed a lot after their first ordeal, but it had also brought them together. They had even made their tattoos a rallying symbol. At this point, it was difficult to determine whether Boris and his men could be trusted or not, but what was certain was that they were not saints. Far from it. They had a bad temper and seemed to favor violence to solve every problem. Killing to eliminate a threat, even an uncertain one, was a perfectly pragmatic and acceptable solution for them. Yet, until proven otherwise, they had not committed any reprehensible crime and followed instructions without imposing their opinions. At the very least, they respected the words of their leader who had a decent amount of self-control. So what if I know what should be done? I could be wrong. Boris chuckled while forming perfect rings of smoke as he exhaled the air from his lungs, which annoyed the Aegean to the highest degree. I'm not a big thinker after all. I'll rather let the pompous schemers like you take the decisions for me. You. A surge of green light exploded from Mehangel's body, ruffling his hair and flapping his robe ominously. Jake was somewhat excited at the prospect of a fight between these two players, but sadly Will's jaded expression made him realize that this wasn't the first time this kind of clash had occurred. This kind of argument must have taken place quite a few times during the previous days he had stayed in his cabin. Remembering that the businessman had been attending every meeting studiously, he telepathically asked him to give him a report. Knowing Will's meticulous nature, he had no doubt noted down all the information he had gleaned about the faction leaders. Performing the remote data transfer with their bracelets, Jake obtained this report almost instantly and read it in seconds, with she compiling the data in an orderly fashion for later use. In the end, the fight between Boris and Mihanjal did not proceed. The second most influential Aegean stood between the two hotheads and forced them to stand down. Ralner Bainan, a fire magic knight. The two sisters had recognized this individual and had willingly contributed to complete this report. Compared to Mihanjal, who was just a pampered nobleman, though powerful, Ralner's feats of arms in the war against the Varanians, the neighboring empire of Velsios, from which the two sisters originated, were rather well known. Magic Knight referred to warriors using magic in an auxiliary way to reinforce their fighting prowess. It was a rare profession in their world and considered a waste of potential, as magic required both an exceptional affinity for the elements and a long apprenticeship. As such, even though Ralner was a mediocre fire mage, his body was superhuman and his martial skills as formidable as they could be. His influence was limited on EGA, but in the mirror universe, Ralner was like a fish in water. Compared to most Aegeans, he had literally steamrolled his first and second ordeal. In this context, despite his arrogance, Mihanjal was constrained to listen to him, especially since his safety in hand-to-hand combat depended greatly on the goodwill of this knight. When the battle was aborted, the insidious suggestion to get rid of the survivors was naturally dismissed. They were given food, and the camp took shape. Emiwan reminded them over and over again that their psychological symptoms could also be explained by the presence of converter parasites converting the fluid into a poisonous form for them. Regardless, the air was as pure as it could be, and even the pirate captain by his own admission confirmed that the fluid surrounding them was perfectly normal. On the surface, Yotai Shuren III was much less dangerous and hostile than they had been led to believe, and many soldiers and players began to relax. People ate and joked around. Even the intrepid Nawaya groups that had gone on exploration on their own returned unharmed a few hours later. The day went by without any twists and turns until nightfall. Then, the nightmare began. Chapter 399. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? A slightly drunken soldier blurted out as he straightened up a little. They weren't supposed to drink on duty, but all these recent twists and turns had shaken his sense of discipline. With nightfall, the halogen neon lights had been reduced to a minimum, and the temptation to drink to soothe his nerves had outweighed his common sense. The vial of strong alcohol he kept on him for a special occasion had been wasted just like that. Should I? The soldier standing guard at his side kept his ears open for a long time, but apart from the hubbub of the discussions in the camp, he found nothing unusual. These two soldiers were currently defending the Titan Pearl's landing bridge, preventing the passengers confined inside the ship from leaving freely and only letting in those soldiers who had received a direct order from the general. Avi and her trusted officers had come to the conclusion that after the ship was sabotaged, they were all suspects. The young general was simply too young and impulsive to be considered. She was rarely alone and was in any case a mere fluid knight. Some of the old veterans on board were stronger than she was and closely watched. Avi as a general was the ideal target for the saboteur to control, but she carried a fluid artifact on her to protect her mind. This was a procedure commonly used among the Six Brotherhoods and influential families to ensure the viability of their chain of command. Her colorful character had automatically ruled her out anyway. Even Jake was 99% certain that she was not on the saboteur's side. He had crushed her with just a single kick when, comparatively speaking, he had nearly died against an ordinary warrior working for the saboteur. While the two soldiers were still bickering over the existence or not of this noise, real footsteps suddenly thudded behind them with the steady rhythm of a metronome. Alerted, the two soldiers turned back toward the Titan Pearl, blocking the gangway to the outgoing individuals. Halt! Passengers are not allowed to leave the... As he was brimming with confidence, the soldier speaking raised his head and recognized the newcomers at the top of the walkway. 8 humans hooded in black, their faces under the hood absorbing all outside light like a black hole. 6 dark, carbonaceous tubes dangled down from the belt beneath their coats. Inquisitors, you are most welcome. Suit yourself. The two soldiers immediately scrambled out of the way, sweating so much that it looked like they had just come back from a dip in the pool. The 8 inquisitors ignored the 2 guards from beginning to end, crossing the footbridge with the same steady pace. The muffled sound of their boots vaguely reminded the soldiers that there were actually real human beings under these mantles. Once inside the station, one of the inquisitors stirred the fluid around him, and an imperceptible shock wave, reminiscent of a sonar device, spread out from his body. After a while, he sniffed the air and said, "Sigmar is truly here. Let's go find him." And just like that, they left. No one dared to stop them. Avi hesitated for a long time about blocking their way to ask them some questions, but her courage deflated like a punctured balloon when she felt their eerie aura. She didn't have the authority to command them around anyway. These fabulous fluid wielders were under the direct jurisdiction of the Consortium Senate, to which even the Third Brotherhood's president had to obey at its beck and call. They were the Consortium's hounds, and anyone interfering with their mission could be killed at sight. They were not known for their good temper. Jake, who like most players wasn't asleep yet, followed the 8 inquisitors with his eyes until their silhouette disappeared completely. Now that he had cultivated his own adept fluid core, he was aware of the enormous power their bodies were brimming with. Each of them was at the very least as strong as Emiwan, a fluid master. Their fluid fluctuations were similar, but with something different that he could not yet define. "Did you hear that noise?" That same drunken guard asked again with a start. "Damn it. Stop drinking and sober up." His comrade barked dryly. "Hee, but was I wrong the first time?" The first soldier chuckled awkwardly. "You weren't." The second soldier listened again, more attentively this time, and this time he actually did hear footsteps coming from the ship, although this time it was much more crowded. "What the hell are you doing here? You can't disembark on the station right now. Go back to your cabins." The sober guard quickly forgot his recent misadventure with the Inquisitors and began to holler coldly as he saw a herd of passengers in evening wear. Did they really think this space station was a touristic stopover? The commotion attracted the attention of quite a few players and soldiers this time, but for another reason. Whether the drunken soldier really heard something or not the first time was unimportant and could be considered a fortunate coincidence. The second time, however, it was worth their attention, because there was really no noise. Yes, the Inquisitors and those passengers had indeed come out, but the timing was off. The first time, the Inquisitors had appeared a long time later, suggesting a coincidence, but this time it was accurate. Too accurate. Jake jumped to his feet, clutching his machete tightly with a concerned creasing on his forehead, and he wasn't the only one. He didn't despise the natives, but this soldier was among the most ordinary. If he had not heard anything with his high perception, how could this lowly guard have heard anything before everyone else? Yet he did. It could also be an astonishing coincidence, but fluid cultivation conferred a visceral instinct akin to prescience. He had to be sure. Without remorse, he scanned the guard, and it was actually several dozen energy signatures that overlapped as he scanned the poor carefree soldier. His scan report also gave him the name and motive of the people behind these scans so long as their oracle rank remained less than or equal to his own. Unsurprisingly, it turned out that they shared the same goal. Although most players laughed, joked, and relaxed as usual, it was mostly an act. The scan revealed everything he needed to know about this drunken guard, and the least he could say was that this soldier indeed had a good hearing. Beneath this weak and unremarkable demeanor was hiding a monster in human form. Except that next to Emiwan and the Inquisitors, he truly looked ordinary. He was concealing his strength from his Murtharian sight and fluid core, and the real surprise was that it was possible. Jake didn't know how to do that. Goosebumps. How weird. The drunken soldier shivered imperceptibly as he underwent all these scans, and for an infinitesimal moment, his eyes emitted a ferocity that shouldn't appear in a wasted guard, but the glint disappeared as it had come. Jake realized with a glance that Avi had actually placed her 2 best men in front of the bridge. These 2 ordinary soldiers were among the bodyguards assigned by her family for her personal protection. Not even the bearded officer was aware of their existence. They both were fluid masters. He could understand better why the saboteur had not directly gone after the general. Now that Jake knew that this guard was not hallucinating, the course of action was obvious. He telepathically alerted everyone in his group except Sarah, but it wasn't necessary. The handsome pale man had also informed his own party. With all these players putting their comrades in the know, the dormant camp began to bubble with liveliness again. Meanwhile, the passengers continued to cause a commotion, refusing to leave. If they want to die, let them come out. One of the officers, annoyed by their screams, took the matter into his own hands. Turning to the unreasonable passengers, he threw a vicious glare at them and coldly warned them. If you leave the ship now, you will not be allowed back inside if anything happens. Do you accept? Faced with the officer's indifferent facade and icy tone, the indignant passengers lost much of their panache. They became much calmer, clearly hesitant. Idiots may have had blind faith in the Titan Pearl's crew, but those with brains were much less optimistic. Avi's previous reassuring speeches may have dulled the passengers' vigilance, but it was normal for some of them to remain wary. Even in a perfectly functional and safe society, there were always small groups of people believing in various conspiracy theories. Those few passengers were the ones their propaganda had failed to convince. Most importantly, they had good reason to be suspicious. After a first pirate attack and strange supernatural events that they had personally experienced, they were willing to do anything to stay close to the soldiers. Although they had been informed by the ship's personnel that these visual and auditory hallucinations were normal during a premature hypersleep awakening, this explanation was too mild to satisfy everyone. However, after the officer's warning, some passengers gave up on this idea and preferred to return to their cabins. It was a human paradox. They didn't feel safe, but they didn't want to give up their comfy life either. With this warning, they at least knew that the situation within the station was not simple. Their racket had not been completely in vain. In the end, more than half chose to stay on the station. That is to say, about 30 people. Among them, Jake recognized the slim body of Hade, who was hiding in the middle of the group. The young man scoured the crowd of soldiers and players looking for someone, and when he recognized Jake, his face lit up and he walked towards him. "I hear some noise again." When the drunken soldier repeated this sentence for the third time, everyone froze. A strange rattle of pliers and claws, including some unpleasant squeaks, began to resound around them, spreading through the station's pipes and walls. It was impossible to pinpoint the exact distance and origin of this noise. All the soldiers and players drew their weapons, pointing their rifles in all directions, sometimes in front of them towards the dark corridors or straight down to the floor or ceiling. What did the noise sound like on the previous occasions? A player who couldn't stand the unnecessary suspense asked the question that was bothering everyone. It sounded like sizzling, like something melting. Fuck, as Jake cursed. The Titan Pearl's door opening to the bridge closed automatically with a bang, and the roar of the engines shook the place as the propellant rockets discharged a blue plasma upon ignition. "No, stop the ship!" Avi yelled in panic. Alas, that was the moment the creatures chose to attack. Before her troops could even attempt anything, the ceiling above them gave way under its own weight, and a flood of monsters poured down on them. Chapter 400 Route. When all hell broke loose, different people reacted differently. Some retaliated promptly, opening fire almost instantly, whereas others just lost their cool and instinctively tried to retreat, if not flee. The problem was that the ship was clearing off. There was nowhere to retreat, let alone flee to. The players also showed off their skills, but most especially their true colors. Faced with such a large number of monsters, only a fool would choose to bravely confront them until the very end. Whether there were idiots or not among them was hard to say, but they would rather let all the honor and glory go to others. Well trained and formatted, the troops of the Titan Pearl turned into cannon fodder as they paved a path of retreat for all selfish players, passengers, and officers. As for Jake, he was shamelessly amongst these self-serving people. And the reason was obvious. These monsters were fuckng strong. When these creatures were flooding down from the collapsed ceiling like an unstoppable tide, Jake didn't immediately try to flee. His first reflex was actually to engage the first alien beast that pounced on him. Raising his blade high, he sidestepped masterfully at the last second and stroked down with all his might, his biceps and veins bulging out frighteningly. His Warmac machete was augmented by sharpening ether, and he believed he could cleave the creature in half. Instead, He just heard a dull sound, followed by a sharp shrill. The greasy skull of the creature was cracked open, but even though the brain was damaged, the monster remained alive. The backlash shook his arm up to the shoulder while the splint of his hands opened, drawing out his blood. Ignoring the pain, Jake blinked once in disbelief and then immediately followed up with a frontal kick. Except this time his leg lit up with a halo of red, orange, and yellow, a three-color rainbow that every player was familiar with. Bam! The roughly humanoid creature shot back like a cannonball, forming a parabolic curve before falling back somewhere on the battlefield. But Jake couldn't care less about it. He shook both of his aching hands in a vain attempt to get the pain out, then raced immediately towards Will a few meters away from him. The businessman was already on his last leg, flat on his back with two beasts on him. The first one was trying to bite him in the throat, while another one was chewing his thigh like a mad dog. Charisma Ether had obviously failed, and if he had any trump cards, he had unluckily missed the chance to use them. The assault had been too sudden. Scram! Jake kicked up the monster's head, going for Will's neck at full strength, as one would shoot a penalty kick. With excellent ether control, it was a killing move. The creature took off in the distance, and he immediately chained this first move with a precise upward machete strike to the second beast that was still biting voraciously at Will's thigh. The monster's head was severed in two except for its lower jaw, and Jake panted imperceptibly after this lightning strike. He was going all out this time. Seeing his comrade's condition, he activated the Vitality Link skill for the first time, but Will refused to transfer his wounds to him. "I'm fine. Take care of the others." Will gasped as he grabbed the hand offered to help him stand up. To back up his claim, he exposed the bracelet on his wrist, and a magical white light spread outward from it, unleashing a familiar figure. Membranous wings, a lizard body, long claws and teeth, as well as a spiked tail. Baby Dragon had been summoned on the battlefield. The summoned beast was no longer that small and like Crunch, with an abundance of digester meat to feast on. Its growth had been lightning quick. The dragon was already more than 2 meters tall when standing upright on its hind legs. Upon discovering its master's wounds, the mythical creature roared with rage, shaking all the players and soldiers nearby. Only the pack of parasitic creatures remained totally fearless. For them, it just meant more food on the table. A dozen monsters swooped down on the little dragon just like a pack of hyenas, and he was instantly engulfed. Nonetheless, its furious roars continued to resound, and from time to time a membranous wing would surface, sweeping away a couple of monsters before they were immediately replaced. Jake was left dumbfounded in front of the dragon's fierceness, but he soon noticed how the roars were getting scarcer, quickly followed by yelps. All in all, the glorious fight had lasted less than 5 seconds. "Call him back, or he will die for nothing," he tactfully advised his friend, still stricken silly by the absurdity of the scene. Will woke up from his daze and hurriedly summoned off his fighting pet. Jake promised himself to ask him after the fight how he had pulled this off. Crunch was pretty impressive right now. If he could have his cat with him, or better yet the lion, he would be much more confident about the future. "Stay close to me," Jake said as he slew another monster. Will picked up the assault rifle that he hadn't been able to pull out in time during his first bout with the 2 monsters and nodded. With no time to waste, Jake erected a spherical telekinetic force field around him, stopping any beasts that would choose to attack them. Once in a while, he would rotate his ether core to personally choke the overly reckless monsters. The ether scarcity was an issue, but fluid was plenty. Through his fluid core, he could manipulate this energy without having to unfold his spirit body. Not being a fluid master, the range was limited, but not having to worry about mental attacks was new for him. With his soul hiding cozily in this fluid organ, he was like a puppeteer controlling fluid remotely with thousands of wires. It was easy and natural, as if he had always been able to do it. On this point, fluid far surpassed ether. With the support of his telekinesis, Jake and Will regrouped with the others in no time. Tim and Lily had been spontaneously protected by Daniel and his 2 cousins, while the 2 sisters, like Will, had been inadvertently injured by overconfidence. Kyle had been lucky and was unharmed. Their first reflex when they had seen these monsters falling down had been to throw at them a fireball. Only after their assailants ignored their spells did they remember that these aliens were immune to heat and energy-based attacks. Despite the ambush, Jake never thought for a second about employing all his lethal techniques against these infernal beasts. It wasn't that the two sisters were stupid, though, but regrettably they had no other way to fight. They were too used to fight as fire mages, and their close combat skills were subpar. However, their fighting instincts were decent. Their magic having failed, they had immediately switched to their guns and fired wildly. Despite this, Essia had been seriously injured, and if Jake and Vincent hadn't arrived in time, they would have died. Jake activated the vitality link, and they accepted with sincere gratitude. The faction skill cost 1 ether points per minute, and Jake had to bear the price alone this time. The other members of the faction also received a request to share vitality with the two sisters. Kevin, who had the best regeneration in the group under his were-bear form, agreed to transfer Essia's injury to him, whose bowels were almost spilling out. He grunted as he tried to muffle the pain, and soon shape-shifted before things got worse. A gaping laceration appeared under his cousin's stomach, while the torn skin of Essia's belly became smooth again. Jake, who had seen all sorts of incredible things in the last few months, couldn't help but be fascinated. Based on his current ether understanding, he had no idea how this kind of magic was possible. Don't bother. She sighed with emotion. Apart from the Oracle itself, I'm not sure anyone really understands this kind of ether spell. Not even the best etherists. It touches on the fabric of reality, the soul, and the laws of causality. A field too complex for you at the moment. Enya refused to transfer her injuries, which were minor, insisting that will be treated first. With his thigh chewed like minced steak, the businessman was indeed a liability for the group if left like so. Kevin having already done his share of sacrifice, Jake took on this responsibility. Sensing the urgency, didn't refuse this time. Jake gritted his teeth as he felt the muscles in his left thigh magically shred, but he didn't let it show. The vitality link cost 1 ether points per minute, and he reluctantly deactivated the technique as soon as the transfer was complete. They were really too poor to afford these premium skills at the moment. Let's go. Protected by his telekinetic force field, the group had already forgotten the deadly battle raging around them. When Jake brought them back to reality, they found out that the battle was already lost. For the brief moment when soldiers and players fought or fled valiantly, the shield separating the station's landing shed from the sidereal void had been disabled. The Titan Pearl had taken advantage of this to escape, its metal silhouette barely visible in space from afar. It should not be forgotten that the ship was several kilometers long. Although they could still distinguish it, it was by no means close. Fortunately, the station had some sort of mechanism in place to keep the hangar from depressurizing, or most of them would have died. Although for Jake it would have been an acceptable sacrifice if it meant getting rid of the monsters. His group could survive in space for a while anyway. With Jake and his cousins leading the way, their group quickly made their escape to the nearest corridor and faded into darkness, leaving the passengers, players and soldiers to their fate. Turning their heads one last time before taking a fateful turn, they caught sight of Avi and her personal bodyguards retreating to another corridor, forcefully pushing back the monster horde. The only remaining fighting soldiers ran out of ammunition one by one and were devoured, dismembered in the goriest possible way. Because Emi-wan had informed them in time, all had replaced their plasma rifle with a conventional steel bullet firearm. Otherwise, they would have been annihilated even faster. Ultimately, an army of several thousand men had been wiped out in less than 2 minutes. Despite this, Jake and the others discovered with horror that the corpses of these monsters were ridiculously few in number among the victims. Less than 200 corpses in total, and it was with Jake and the baby dragon having slayed quite a few of them. Thousands of them remained, and this in spite of all the monsters that set off in pursuit of the fugitives. With the exception of a few who had run away the fastest, the rest of the fugitives could only barely defend their lives. Among the human corpses, Jake even recognized a few faces. Commonplace faces like one of the passengers who had wanted to leave the ship a little earlier, but also more striking ones such as the 2 bodyguards guarding the bridge, 2 tattooed men, 3 Nawayas, as well as 3 of the pale-skinned players that Sarah had joined. The only consolation was that Sarah was not among the corpses. In the end, they had all died for naught. Jake and his group ran blindly through the station for a long time to escape from the horde of monsters chasing them, until at last, After many minutes, only their own breath and footsteps could be heard. At that moment, 3 Oracle system notifications popped up in front of each player. Side Mission 2. Escape the creatures of Yotai Shuren 3 for as long as possible. Side Mission 3. Find a way to leave Yotai Shuren 3. Side Mission 4. Discover the truth behind what really happened on Yotai Shuren.